Sort of Coming Chapter 983. They walked back together, walked towards the stone arch bridge, walked up the steps. Chenpingon walked to the center of the arch bridge, stopped suddenly, sat down, and hung his legs outside the bridge. The white-haired boy just sat by the side. Chenpingon turned his head to look at Luopao Mountain, as if the millet grain had just patrolled the mountain and arrived at the Jiasfeng Patriarch's Hall, and was not walking fast. Luopao Mountain's right guardian's diligent mountain patrol, morning and evening, is notoriously unstoppable, and he never sleeps in bed for a day. Just like Zhu Yi Boy's monthly schedule, he believes that it is far worse than Zhou's daily patrol of the mountains. On the way of the mountain tour, there was no one around, and Xiaomi began to practice a set of martial arts skills. It was the crazy sword technique taught by Pei Qian, but Pei Qian was a one-handed sword, and she was different. She used a walking stick with one hand, a golden pole in one hand and a sword in both hands. The power is doubled. Don't be envious, you can't be envious, because this is called self-taught. Go to the stream again, pick up the rocks and find the crabs to guess the boxing. What does it mean? You always win or lose, there is no suspense. This kind of behavior is indeed a bit naive and outrageous. Next time, don't bully those defeated men. Grab a fish. The mountain patrol envoy will first release the cloth, and then gently press the abdomen. The fish will open its mouth, and it will be a fist. Alas, it is a sure victory. When the good man mountain master was not at home, millet grains patrolled the mountain, walking fast, always running around. The good mountain master is at home, and the patrolling walks slowly, leisurely, without any hurry, and the time spent on the mountain road must be at least doubled. It seems that as long as she runs fast, the good mountain master can go home sooner. So the same can be said, as long as she walks slowly, the good mountain master can travel down the mountain slowly. Chenpingon smiled and retracted his gaze, lifted his feet and took off his cloth shoes, sat cross-legged, brushed off a little dirt from the soles of the shoes, and then lightly tapped the cloth surface of the cloth shoes a few times, and asked, "That boxing book?" The white-haired boy seemed to have a good relationship with the ancestor of the hidden official, and his face was indifferent, and he said, "As long as the lard is not deceived, it will be handed over to the Shanxia bookstore for printing and engraving, and you can sell it to make money." Chenpingon smiled and said, speaking seriously, "The reason why the Jinyu genealogy ultimatum on the mountain is prefixed with the word Jinyu has always had two meanings. And that boxing manual, like the precious Taoist book secretly passed down by the sect, the paper of ordinary material cannot bear the strong Taoist meaning. The boxing manual, maybe Chenpingon needs to set up a lot of landscape restrictions. If you use an analogy, this boxing manual is like a mountain, and there is Tao Qi in the mountain. It needs to protect the mountain to stabilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so that the boxing and the book will not spill out accidentally." The white-haired boy said, "In addition to the observation and practice of the hidden official ancestor, the two descendants from Luopao Mountain and Xiandu Mountain in the future, don't care if they are the ancestors such as Pei Qian, Zhao Xuxia, etc., or Zhou Junqin. Wait, it's still going to spread in the future, the third disciples plus 4, 5, 6, 7, as long as they are the direct lineages who have the status of the genealogy, they can read this boxing manual, but they can't be passed on outside, and they can't go out and teach boxing." Chenpingon nodded and said, "Just think I owe you a favor." At first glance, it was not Wu Shuangjiang's advice. Palace Master Wu had no share of such leisurely pleasures. Of course, it could also be that Wu Shuangjiang did it on purpose, to make Chenpingon owe her, rather than Luo Pashan owes him and Sui Chu Gong a favor. The former is optional, and the latter is completely unnecessary. The white-haired boy's eyes rolled sharply, and he asked tentatively, "Ancestor hidden official, I have a very far-sighted suggestion, I don't know if I should say it or not. If it was left in the past, the conversation could end here, but after all, taking someone else's hand short, Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Tell me about it." The white-haired boy was in high spirits and said, "As a child of the outer sect, I am also a member of Luopao Mountain. I should do my best, so I thought of doing my best, working hard, day and night, to the ancestors of the hidden officials in Luopao Mountain. Many bigwigs in the Sifing Patriarchate have compiled a chronology with detailed textual research, beautiful words, and splendid expressions. Both the Shanmen and the Shanshang sects have the habit of compiling chronological records. The former mostly records the life stories of the family sages by later generations, revolving around the master of the pedigree, with the year and month as the main line of latitude and longitude. According to the rules, the top sects can record the resumes of all the monks in the upper 5 realms. The general sect and the larger immortal houses only record the Jindan cultivators. There are certain thresholds. Of course, Luopa Mountain could have done this for a long time. The reason why he has not started writing is probably because the mountain owner himself did not mention it. The writer is a bit like the historian and living man of the Yamashita dynasty, who is often a cultivator who is in charge of the discipline in a sect. Chen Pingon didn't speak, he lowered his head and started to pull out his sleeves. "Return the boxing records first, and then settle the account with you. Earlier on the wooden bench in Chilong Lane, we had an old account to settle." The white-haired boy hurriedly grabbed the arm of the ancestor of the hidden official with both hands. "Don't be like this, don't be like this, don't worry about compiling the chronology, the ancestor of the hidden official doesn't need to be so anxious to send me a blank booklet." Just as Chen Pingon was about to get up, the white-haired boy picked up a cloth shoe neatly placed between the 2 sides by the ancestor of the hidden official, and took a closer look. "Good craftsmanship, I can see it, very careful." Chen Pingon took back the shoes and put them back in place, as if he had changed his mind, and said, "Compiling a chronology is not a trivial matter on the mountain. Next time I will discuss matters at Jiasfeng Patriarchal Hall, and put this matter on the agenda. If no one raises objections, it's up to you to edit it." The white-haired boy began to take an inch, and asked tentatively, "Can I sign the name of the Luopao Mountain Chronicle?" Chen Pingon began to draw his sleeves again. The white-haired boy slapped the stone bridge and said solemnly, "That's it, don't leave your name for good deeds." Chen Pingon shook his sleeves and said, "It's fine for you to compile the Shanmen chronology. I only have 2 requirements. One is that the words should be simple, the deeds should be realistic, and the deeds should not be fancy. Taboo. The second requirement is to start compiling the chronology as a preface since I was 14, and you don't have to write anything before that, and there's nothing to write about." The white-haired boy chick pecks the rice, rubs his hands together, and plans to make a big splash. With this credit, isn't it easy to be a helmsman? Chen Pingon was silent for a moment, then smiled. "If you don't mention this, I will actually take the initiative to remind you, you can sign the chronology." The white-haired boy was annoyed and scratched his head with both hands. "It's me who's superfluous, underestimating the mind of the ancestor of the hidden official, blame me, and can't blame the small belly of the ancestor of the hidden official." Chen Pingon reminded, "If you are like a bird, you really don't want to sign." The white-haired boy immediately restrained his expression, straightened his waist, turned his head to look at the mountain in the west, and asked curiously, "Is that Pearl Mountain just bought with a single gold and copper coin?" Chen Pingon nodded and said, "It's because of your high realm that you can see the mystery. At the earliest, who would be willing to spend this unjust money to buy a small mountain bag with nothing?" The white-haired boy asked, "Did the ancestor of the hidden official secretly get the advice of an expert?" Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "I just thought that a Luobao Mountain and a Pearl Mountain sounded similar. Furthermore, Jinju Mountain is the closest to the town, and is the easiest to see from the town, and if you want to enter the mountain, Jinju Mountain is the only place you must pass. Silently tell the whole town that Chen Pingon in Mud Bottle Alley is now rich, whether you are happy or not, whether you care or not, you have to admit the fact that it is a sure thing. This statement is a digression, don't write it in the chronology. Rarely did the white-haired boy not have a hippie smile, he just nodded and agreed. There may be no real common sorrow and joy in life, it is probably like two people, two worlds. Everyone has their own thoughts, you love me and I want, one is going to go down and another is going to be long, and there is no arrangement for teaching the world. The white-haired boy has been in Chilong Lane for a long time. He is still very clear about the general family history of Chin Pingon and Luo Pao Mountain. Chen Lingjun often goes to drink and fight with Jia Xing. A boy in Tsingyi, he always shouts that he is a hero and does not mention the year. Yong, an old Taoist priest who is very good at flattering and kung fu, complains that there are no outsiders at the wine table. You and I, brothers, were full of pride in the past. It was bitter and difficult, and it was impossible to communicate with outsiders. Dish appetizers. So the white-haired boy sat on the threshold, nibbling on melon seeds, listening to those two treasures showing off and touting each other, and occasionally he would hug his head and cry when he drank too much. Under the table, after crying, find a drink. Luo Pao Mountain and Jinju Mountain, together with Baolu Mountain, Kaiyun Peak and Xianchao Mountain, which were first leased to Longquan Jianzong for 300 years, are the 5 mountains that Chen Pingan bought for the first time. It seems that year, Chen Pingan was 14 years old. After that, I bought Huimeng Mountain adjacent to the north of Luo Pao Mountain, Niujiao Mountain that Beipingzu Baozhai voluntarily evacuated, Cinnabar Mountain that Zhus family in Qingfeng City voluntarily gave up, and Clawfish Back and Weixia Peak, as well as the mountains located in the mountains. The westernmost is the Worshipping Sword platform. In addition, through Chen Lingjun's matchmaking, he bought another Huanghu Mountain. This is the second expansion site of Luo Pao Mountain, which has 11 vassal hilltops. After that, the Xiaodagang and the Inner Hill is the third recruitment. The white-haired boy asked cautiously, Ancestor Hidden Official, what are the 3 hills within Baolu Mountain? What do you say now? Not long ago, Longquan Sword Sect suddenly changed its suzerain and became Lu Xianyang. As a result, even Zushan moved away, but the 3 hills remained unchanged. Chen Pingan said, I used 27 grain rain money, which is equivalent to renting back 3 hilltops for 270 years with Longquan Sword Sect. The white-haired boy rolled his eyes, thinking that this didn't take off her pants and fart, and that Ruan Qiong had a big brain. No wonder that Chen Lingjun often boasted about how he and Ruan Xingren became friends at first sight. Inchinch Umbrella Chen Pingan stood up and said, Go back to the shop at Riding Dragon Lane. I will take a short cut along the Longshu River to Luo Pao Mountain. After that, Chen Pingan went up the Longshu River and passed by the stone cliff that the locals called the back of a green ox. After that, he took a detour and passed Jinju Mountain, which had never been built, and then walked into the mountain to the west. Chen Pingan didn't go straight back to Luo Pao Mountain. He was going to take a trip to Yidai Peak first. It's better to go down the mountain to visit Juchai Island on the back of the clawfish, the shop left by the dragon boat Fanma and Nujiata Baozhai. These over the years, it was actually Lu Chongrun and Juchai Island genealogy sister who helped take care of it. Strange to say, Chen Pingan has given so much Guyu money to those staggering amounts of money from the gods, such as the congratulations received by Qingping Jianzong. Liu's family in the snowy continent has given so much Guyu money, but Chen Pingan can't say that he is not surprised, but always it's not too much concern, but for any long-lasting income, no matter how little, Chen Pingan always pays extra attention. However, Chen Pingan never mentioned this idea to anyone. Anyway, it was probably a piece of flattery. But if Lu Xianying listened to it, he would definitely have to laugh, scold and ridicule a few words. You were afraid of poverty when you were a child. In the earliest days of Beipingzu, when talking about the history of Qin Pingan's fortune in Ni Pingxiang, he could not circumvent Beiyue Pian Mountain and Longquan Jianzong. To be precise, he could not circumvent Weibo and Ruanqiong. Including Beiyue Pian Mountain, in the west of the town, there used to be a total of 62 hills, and naturally all the famous flowers have their own owners. The reason why it was once was because Ruanqiong, the last military sage who sat in Lizidongshan, stepped down as the suzerain and let his disciple Lu Xianying take over. Then Longquan Jianzong relocated Shinqiu Mountain, where the Zushi Hall was located, and all its own hilltops, including Dangdang Mountain and Henglang Peak, to the land of Jiangyi, where the old Beiyue Mountain was located in the north, but left the 3 houses that were originally leased with Luopao Mountain. Mountain top. In the eyes of outsiders, the guess may be the meaning of Dali Song, who does not want the 2 sects to be too close to each other, to prevent the tendency that one mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers, or that there is indeed some kind of unknown to outsiders between the 2 mountains. After all, if the news is not bad, Chen Pingan, a rising star from Lizidongshan, once worked as a part-time worker in a sword-casting shop on the Longshu River, but he never participated in the sect celebration of Longquan Jianzong. Even his good friend Lu Xianying, who succeeded him as the sect master, never showed up. On Luopa Mountain, the first mountain gate was established, and Longquan Jianzong was not invited. Later, it jumped to the head of the sect, and Ruanqiong was not invited. It is said that only Lu Xianying showed up at that time. Color Peak. Chen Pingan came to the foot of a mountain. There was no mountain gate to show his identity. There were not many monks in Yidai Peak Mountain. There was no mountain gate, and there was no concierge monk who was responsible for hospitality and communication. He only erected a small stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. After 8 words, there is nothing to stop, and they practice their own practice. It is mainly used to remind Qi practitioners, don't come here to hang out when you have nothing to do, and you will not be entertained. However, local people such as woodcutters chopping wood and collecting herbs are not at all concerned, and Yidai Peak has become one of the few hills in the western mountains, where the people of the town can still be seen. This Yidai Peak, with towering ancient trees in the mountains, is like a pines turning into dragons, and green cypresses turning into wands. It is indeed a very quiet feng shui treasure. In fact, Chen Pingan was attracted to this mountain back then, because there are many kinds of herbal medicines in the mountain, and the soil is suitable for making porcelain, but at that time there were only so much gold and copper coins, and the price of buying the mountain was a lot more expensive than that of Xianchao Mountain. Between the Clothes Belt Peak and the purchase of Xiankashan and Kaiyunfang at the same time, Chen Pingan chose the latter. The owner of the mountain, Lu Hongwen, an old cultivator of Jindan, comes from the Huangliang school. According to his seniority, the old man is the senior uncle of the current head. It was Lu Hongwen at the beginning, who insisted on buying the Yidai Peak with the remaining bag of gold and copper coins, saying that he wanted to practice cleanly here, so as not to stay in the Huangliang sect and be annoying. The granddaughter of the old man, Lu Runyan, raised a young white fox. She was once pushed by some people to hold Jinghua Shuiyu. There were only a few spectators, but it seemed that she really earned a fairy money. Lu Hongwen once took a group of direct disciples, including Song Yuan, to visit the young mountain master in Luopao Mountain, but it was many years ago. At that time, Luopao Mountain had not yet entered the sect. Lu Hongwen and the big housekeeper Zhu Lian also often makes an appointment for a drink, invites the other party to Yidefeng, helps with the cooking, and cooks a few dishes with wine. Often one afternoon, the time will pass leisurely in small talk, and then wait until Luopao Mountain becomes a well-known scenic spot in the world. In this place, the old cultivator deliberately distanced himself from Luopao Mountain, and he didn't even have a drink with Zhu Lian. The young mountain owner is often not at home, and travels abroad all year round, without seeing each other at all. However, during festivals, the girl in pink dress named Shin Wanshu, the little housekeeper on the unfortunate mountain, would still suggest to come to Yidai Peak and bring some special cakes from Chilong Lane, tea leaves fried by Zhu Lian, etc. Chen Wanshu's gift. At first, there was a little black charcoal girl next to Chen Wanshu, and later, there was a little girl in black with a walking stick and a golden pole on her shoulders, and later, the child named Pei Qian. I stopped following. I heard that it seemed that I was going to practice boxing. Later, Xiaomi Meili stopped climbing. It seemed that there was a turmoil in Hongzhou town. A Huangliang sect originally belonged to the second-rate bottom immortal mansion in Beipingsu. Now the patriarch Lu Hongwen, the head of the High Pillow, and the ancestor who just held the opening ceremony, the Huangliang sect has 3 golden pills at the same time. Earth Immortal, especially Gao Jin, is also a sword cultivator. As a result, the Huangliang faction has firmly ranked in the forefront of the second-rate immortal mansion in Aquarius. Only one nascent soul cultivator is missing. As for the Jade Pure Realm, it is still something that I dare not expect. Master Lao Xian held a box of boxwood Ganoderma lucidum in his hand, greeted him with a smile, pinched a mountain gate finger with one hand, and treated each other with courtesy. Lu Hongwen of Huangliang School, I have met Master Chen Shan. Chen Pingan returned the salute. The younger generation has seen Master Lu Lao Xian. Lu Hongwen smiled and said, I don't dare to be. The seniority on the mountain is not determined by age. The master of Chen Shan can be called a fellow Daoist. Previously, when Chen Lingjun and Guo Zhujiu participated in the opening ceremony, Gaozhen was actually worried. He was worried about whether Lu Shibo was on Yidai Peak and whether he had ever said that he and Huangliang sect were not with Luopa Mountain. After all, with Lu Shibo's temper, Gaozhen felt that he could say any ugly words, but he didn't know that on Yidefeng's side, even if Lu Hongwen declared his identity, he would not say Yidefeng, but only said Huangliang faction. Chen Pingan took the initiative to apologize. For so many years, I have rarely come to Yidai Peak to visit Master Lu Xianshi. Should. Lu Hongwen smiled casually. It's nothing, Chen Shanju doesn't have to worry about this kind of thing, just because it's too close, it seems like a few steps away, but he doesn't feel that he has to meet in a hurry, dragging it along. It's a lot of regrets down the mountain. It's okay to be on the mountain. If you meet often, it's easy to finish the conversation. If you meet again, you can only say embarrassing words that the weather is good today, but it's not beautiful. Chen Shanju doesn't have to do anything deliberately in the future. When I'm free, I'm interested, I'll come to Yidefeng for a stroll. The old man spoke sincerely and casually. Obviously, this old Jindan cultivator did not take Chen Pingan's new identities too seriously. The friendship between gentlemen was as shallow as water, and he only felt that after a few hundred years, in this mountain in the west, the Xianjia sect who bought the top of the mountain through gold and copper coins, aside from the female cultivator of Zhuchai Island on the side of the clawfish back, I am afraid that apart from Wanqiong's Longquan Jianzong, it belongs to the relationship between Yidai Peak and Luopao Mountain. Closest. Nowadays, Master Lu has a saying on the entire Beipingsu mountain that, it's good to cook with a cold stove, which is not a good reputation. In short, he is very envious of Lu Hongwen and Yidefeng. The residence of the old monk, there is open space in front of the house, surrounded by a small river, the water is clear and slightly sweet, and tea can be made. Bamboo fences are set up around the house, and more than 100 plants of various colors are planted. When the vines on the stone are blooming like a bucket, there are ancient relics in the mountains for more than 100 years. Among them, there is a light yellow peony in the corner, one with 3 stems, extremely tall and lush, the branches and leaves are separated from the drape, and the staggered eaves can cover the scorching sun. In Chen Pingan's eyes, immortal Master Lu from Yidai Peak is a pure Taoist. The realm of cultivation may not be too high, but the pure practice is consistent, and there is no right or wrong in the eyes, that is, a person who cultivates the Tao freely. Because of the opening ceremony, Lu Runyan, the granddaughter of the old immortal master, and Song Yuan, his proud disciple, have not returned to the mountain for the time being. Lu Hongwen took out a pot of wine brewed in the mountains, and 2 celadone wine glasses from Longquan County. Master Lao Xian helped fill Chen Pingan's cup with water first, and smiled, "We all drink and drink by ourselves. If we think we've reached the door, we don't need to drink hard." It seems that the old man has learned a lot of local dialects in the small town from Julian. Chen Pingan nodded with a smile, holding the cup in both hands. "This is the first cup of wine. I have to make up for the courtesy that I have accumulated over the years, and honor the old immortal master with a cup." Lu Hongwen had to hold the cups with both hands, and the 2 wine glasses collided lightly. The toasting people's cups were slightly low. I took a break and personally participated in the opening ceremony of the Huangliang sect, which gave me a lot of face. Not long ago, the head of Bugao replied to a letter saying that he would bring a few patriarchs in the late spring at the latest this year. Enshrined, come to Yidai Peak to meet my uncle as a teacher. Anyway, knowing the bottom line, the old cultivator doesn't need to deliberately pretend on Chen Pingan's side that the teacher's family is harmonious and the relationship is harmonious. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Sect Master Gao is in charge of a huge sect, and those who take the top spot in the Zushi Hall, in addition to taking care of their own cultivation, need to weigh all aspects and the inside and outside. It's not easy to think about, there are many things, he can't help but do what he thinks." Lu Hongwen said, "It seems that Lord Chen has a good impression of the high pillow." Chen Pingan joked, "It's easy to sympathize with people who need to ask for help often." Lu Hongwen seems to have solved the knot in his heart. Now, when he mentions Gaozhen, the nephew who once hated him, in fact, the old man has no anger in his heart, so when he heard the words, he nodded and smiled. It's true that Gaozhen is the head of the sect. He is the most suitable candidate. In this matter, I have never doubted the decision of my junior and senior brothers. If someone else were to be the leader, I would not have come to Yidefeng. No matter how annoying it is, I'll stay there and spray shit." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "If one day you don't even bother to scold, you will be really disappointed." Lu Hongwen nodded and said, "It's just such a rude man. When this guy came back to the mountain, he had to teach a teacher and nephew this truth. After that, they all drank each other. After drinking a pot of wine, it was almost half the amount. As a result, the old man who did not persuade the drinking went to the house and brought a pot of wine over. This is probably the real persuasion." Master Lao Xian took out a brocade box from his sleeve and put it on the table. After opening it, it was a white jade poem and essay string strung with vermilion silk threads, with a bead on it. The old man gently pushed the brocade box to Chen Pingan, smiled and said, "You can't just drink and forget the business. This is a gift from me to congratulate Luopa Mountain for joining the sect. To be honest, I have been reluctant to give it to Luopa Mountain. It's not how precious the gift itself is, and it's not worth a few gods' money. It's because I like it very much. The words in this circle of poetry, prose, and jade are very good, and the words are even better. Accept it, hurry up, don't say some nonsense that a gentleman doesn't like, and be polite to me, good guy." Before the old immortal master could continue to speak, the young mountain master had already thanked him, and it was safe to do so. Afterwards, the young Jianxian actually started to ask about Xiu's actions, and the old Jin Dan took advantage of Zhou Jin to answer what was in his heart. Dare to ask the seniors, what is cultivation? Walk on your own, take care of yourself. What is righteousness? Everyone is doing well. What do you mean by saying this? It's not a mystical thing, it's just a common saying. It's nothing more than a way to go out and a bridge to cross the water. You come and I come and go, and no one can stop you. Senior must have read a lot of classics of the three religions. Not much. That is, the predecessors have the demeanor of ancient sages. Www. Until novel. Calm, understand, not general. It's not an exaggeration. Lord Chen Shanju, you are not bad. You don't have any comprehension in reading. How can you have today's good fortune? Others say that you are blessed with deep fate, but I say you are cherishing fortune. Not as many as seniors. You and I are at most different, so there is no need to be too modest. I have a lot of books here, and I will borrow them casually in the future. Finally, Master Lu brought another pot of wine. In the end, Chen Pingan got a little drunk and walked down the belt peak with a flushed face. Closed households and reading books for many years, all kinds of pine are old as dragon scales, flickering off the paper and disappearing. When Chen Pingan walked to the back of the claw fish, he washed his face with water from the stream at the foot of the mountain. Back then, Lu Chongrun signed a landscape contract with Luopao Mountain and brought 12 direct disciples from Shujian Lake. She spent 30 grain rain money and rented clawbacks from Luopao Mountain for 300 years. This is of course the result of Lu Chongrun crying poor. He doesn't haggle when he does business. Is he still a woman? After that, she paid for it herself and hired Mahist craftsman and mechanic to build a series of continuous mansions, which were tightly clustered like fish scales, so that the claw fish had their backs. Due to the continuous buildings in the mountains and the special materials, whenever sunlight or it is the moonlight that sprinkles, and the roofs of the buildings in the mountains are shining, one golden is brilliant, one silver is white as snow, and it is beautiful. As a result, today's clawback has inadvertently become a small famous scenic spot. In fact, there were only a few cultivators on Juchai Island at that time, and many houses were vacant. Lu Chongrun didn't care. All the sects have made a lot of fairy money in this kind of thing. Many Aquarius sects and genealogy cultivators are willing to give a very expensive rent. On a certain hilltop in the west of this mountain, they nominally own a house. One's own children or friends on the mountain travel, there is a place to stay, and it is a good thing to be able to live in the mountain. At that time, Chen Pingan was not in his hometown. Zheng Dafeng was still a janitor. He never went to the colorful world. He complained to Lu Chongrun face to face. People, what kind of business? These buildings on the mountain are more than 30 grain rain money. You can cheat me of money, but you can't hurt my heart. If one is not careful, the world loses a good man who is honest and responsible, and there is one more romantic man who is wandering and blooming, who will be responsible? Sister Chongrun, if you are willing to take responsibility, let's settle this marriage first. I'll pack up and go to the clawfish to carry it. In fact, just the handwriting of the chief of Luopao Mountain to enshrine Zhou Fei is far more than 30 grain rain money. In the early years, Chief Zhou was wealthy and generous. He paid out of his own pocket and took out 4 mountain magic weapons of good rank in one breath. As the overwhelming things of Huimen Mountain, Cinnabar Mountain, Weixia Peak and Clawfish Back, these treasures landed. Routing is closely connected with the water transportation of the mountain routes. When Lu Chongrun salvaged the water temple of the relics of the motherland, it complemented the former, making the water transportation of the claw fishes back more and more intense. Lu Chongrun planned to sign a new lease with Luopeishan earlier, and Juchai Island wanted to renew the contract on the basis of 300 years, 600 years. Because according to the agreement of the first contract, after the expiration of 300 years, the monks on Juchai Island moved to Lishan, but they could not take away those buildings, nor could they demolish the timber of the immortal homes that served as the pillars, and they could not relocate the immortal homes in the mountains. Flowers, plants, and trees will all be automatically converted into industries under the name of Luopao Mountain. There is no way. This contract was signed by Zhu Lian, and it was written clearly in black and white. The female cultivator of Juchai Island complained a lot about this at the time. If the accountant from Qingsha Island had come to negotiate business with the island owner in person, how could he be so mean and pay attention to each other? Absolutely impossible. Chuzhou's clawfish back, if coupled with the Zhuchai Island in Shujian Lake, is similar to the Huangliang School, and it can be regarded as going up and down the mountain. As a reward for helping to salvage the ruins under the eyes of the Dali dynasty, Lu Chongrun sent a dragon boat to Luopao Mountain, in addition to a verbal promise that the two parties would split the account between 5 and 5. As a treasure trove of the old country, in addition to the two immortal treasures of the water palace and the dragon boat, there are actually many treasures. Lu Chongrun's income, according to Zhu Lian's estimate at the time, had 500 or 600 grain money. It's just that Zhu Lian deliberately turned a blind eye to this, and Lu Chongrun was happy to push the boat along, pretending that it wasn't the case. Later, Lu Chongrun was willing to take the initiative to serve as the steward of the ink-turning dragon boat, largely because of this matter. Among them, the Chongbao Water Temple, which was refined by the immortals, is now placed near the Baozhu Pavilion in the Zhu Shirtang by Lu Chongrun. Today, the young mountain owner of Luopao Mountain takes the initiative to be a guest of Clawfish Back, which seems to be a rare thing for the first time, mainly because Chen Pingan is away all year round. The happiest ones are definitely not Lu Chongrun, who has been struggling with how to renew his contract, but those young female nuns who have long been familiar with Mr. Qingsha Island's accountant. A few years ago, Luopao Mountain took the initiative to show his favor, and asked Lu Chongrun, who was on his back, to select a few direct disciples with calm personality and outstanding aptitude, and went to the Lotus Root blessed land to devote himself to cultivation. For a period of 10 years, in the two feng shui treasures, the water transport is exaggerated to the point of exaggeration. It is extremely suitable for chi practitioners who practice water techniques. It is simply the best dojo tailored for their Zhuchai Island monks. They are naturally great. The origins are all from Beiju Luzhou. One is a part of the Nanchuan Water Temple presented by Shenlin, the Duke of Jidu Lingyuan, and a stream presented by Liyuan, the Marquis of Longting. Over the years, since Lu Chongrun has already become a golden pill, it is very difficult to make further progress. Therefore, he has traveled twice and recruited a new batch of disciples. The small sects do not have high requirements for the qualifications of cultivating embryos, and it is not a small mistake to accept disciples who have the cultivating qualifications who hope to enter the middle 5 realms. In addition, among some of Lu Chongrun's direct disciples, many orphan girls from the mountains were hired as maids. They were called maids in name. In fact, they came to Clarets to practice as long as they could. They had the opportunity to join the genealogy. If you have a family and relatives outside the mountain, you can get dozens of taels of silver every month, which is a good thing you can't even imagine. The female cultivator and the maids of the various mansions numbered nearly 100 people. As a result, Yingyan Jianyan and Clawback became more and more lively. Those born in hardship may not necessarily be treated kindly after their fortunes, and may even worsen. It's just that Lu Chongrun is well disciplined, and he doesn't have high requirements for the cultivating qualifications of his disciples. On the contrary, he cares very much about his Xinqing. Therefore, the claw fish is back here, and he doesn't dare to deceive anything. The style of the door is very good. Chen Pingan was walking on the mountain road, and the concierge female cultivator had notified the ancestors of the temple. Seeing the figure in green shirt, one shouted one after another, and 3 female cultivators came one after another, and said in unison, "Mr. Chen." They are still used to calling each other Mr. Chen. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded, remembering their names clearly: Liuxia, Guanqing, Bai Ke, how are you? Of course, it's just because of Chen Ping's good memory. The accountant of Qingsha Island is notoriously incomprehensible. What's more, when he was in Shujian Lake, because of the relationship of the pilgrim man who was born as a ghost cultivator, Chen Pingan, who was a lobbyist, ate a lot of closed doors at the ferry of Zhuchai Island. In fact, this matter is very much talked about among the women in Zhuchai Island. Oh, it is true that our Zhuchai Island is a small sect, but our mountain gate is very big. How can I ask which mountain in the world can stop Mr. Chen from climbing the mountain again and again? Is that Jingyang Mountain? Or the gods? Certainly not or dare not. However, Lu Chongrun is under strict control, and no one dares to spread the word, because once discovered, the island owner will directly remove the genealogy and drive him down the mountain, with no room for him. Chen Pingan chatted with the 3 female nuns for a few words, then said goodbye and left. In those days, every time I had a closed door on Zhuchai Island and went to Zhuxian Mansion on Qingsha Island, Chen Pingan might have to be poked into his heart by that Ma Yuanji. I have suffered from the loss of being unsightly. Chen Pingan, you will often come to my house in the future. When I see you, you are uglier than me. I swear, your friend's wife can't be bullied. You kid is ugly and others are making fun of it. Don't have any crooked thoughts. Why don't you come with me? Even if Her Royal Highness has not been married by me, it is still your future sister-in-law. When you see her, remember to show me a pair of eyes. Don't glance at me, everyone is a man with a handle in the crotch. I still don't understand you. Chen Pingan, tell me your heart, do you have any ideas when you see Her Royal Highness the Princess? No. Really not. Well, I believe you once, I actually saw the stunner among the stunners like the eldest princess, and I didn't even think about it. Bah, it's not a man, it's really not a thing. When Mr. Chen was far away, Bai Kei laughed and stretched out his hand. If you are willing to admit defeat, hurry up and pay for your money. Lu Xia was the second disciple of Lu Chongrun, and Bai Kei was the younger disciple. Back then, a few of them took Chen Pingan as a bet, but Lu Xia lost 10 snows to spend money. Bai Kei was still the normal girl in the past, and she was the only one back then. Earn money, because she was the only one who bet that Chen Pingan could climb the mountain, and the result was a total kill. Chen Pingan stopped and turned his head. They immediately stopped laughing. After all, today is different from the past. Mr. Chen has more identities, and each one is more scary than the other. The mountain master of Luopao Mountain, the close disciple of Wenxing, the younger brother of Chuiyu, the young master of the embroidered tiger, the Taoist companion of Ningyao, the number 1 person in the colorful world, the martial artist of the limit with Chao Tzi Quan, the 40-year-old jade pure realm sword immortal. What they were able to do in the past, now doing it, especially in person, is a bit out of place, and in the end they were caught. Chen Pingan stood on the spot, smiled and joked, Guan Qing, listen to my advice. First, don't gamble with senior sister Bai Kei, her gambling luck is very good. Second, even if you really want to gamble, don't bet with senior sister Liu Xia. Bet together, whatever senior sister bets, you will do the opposite. They were momentarily dumb. When the blue shirts were gone, the 3 fellow disciples and sisters who had a good relationship suddenly burst out laughing. Mr. Chen, who has an old-fashioned temperament, occasionally speaks witty, which is still very interesting. Just like when Liu Xia complained about Chen Pingan and caused her to lose 10 snows to spend money, Mr. Chen asked, if he said he deserved it, would he still be able to see the island owner? When Lu Xia was reluctant to say yes, Mr. Accountant really gave up and deserved it. Bai Kei raised his hand, waved his hand, and said to himself, handsome. At that time, there was a man who made money and was about to hold money with both hands. The girl who couldn't hold her, and the young accountant's back, laughed and thanked him. The man in the blue cotton coat didn't turn his head, he just raised his hand and waved it, probably indicating that you're welcome. Bai Kei clenched his fists in both hands, and swayed his orders. It was full of snow money, and he said happily, I can't let master know about this. Making money and being happy, of course, reuniting with Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin is still so, no different, it seems to be a happier thing. Why are we afraid of Master but not Mr. Chin? I think even if Mr. Chen's realm is higher in the future, and we meet again, I'm still not afraid of him. The two sides had just started drinking tea, when a lively girl who was not at all timid came, walking with the wind, without restraint. Lu Chongrun introduced with a smile, "My new apprentice is named Yunxiang." It's no wonder that the girl is so courageous and dares to make an assertion to come here. It can only be explained by the emperor's love. Like Liu Xia and the others, they absolutely dare not come here to join in the fun. When Yunxiang bowed to Qin Pingan, Lu Chongrun asked her to carry an embroidered stool by herself. Lu Chongrun asked bluntly, "Master Qin Shan is here, I don't know what to do." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I have nothing to ask for, Lu Daozhu, don't have to be nervous, just wander around casually, it's just a visit between the neighbors, Zhuchai Island has helped enough, how dare you?" Lu Chongrun was suddenly dumbfounded. Ruan Xiang, who was sitting upright beside her, blinked. TSK, listen, Mr. Qin can really speak. There are needles hidden in the words of the master, so it is no wonder that there are words in the words of the master, and the master is about to become the second housekeeper of Luopao Mountain. Nowadays, in Aquarius, the Zhushitang has been relocated to Zhuchai Island on the back of the clawfish, and it is regarded as a vassal of Luopao Mountain. These Zhuhai Island chi cultivators don't really care about it. It's good to have a cool back against a big tree, not to mention that Luopao Mountain has such a good atmosphere. It is rumored that the female cultivator of Zhuchai Island never felt that she was able to meet the mountains by coloring. Qin Pingan asked with a smile, "Islander Lu, among the heirlooms, has anyone had the opportunity to form an elixir recently?" Lu Chongrun got angry when he heard this, and sneered, "Do you think that all the mountains are your downhill mountains? This Luopa mountain, it seems that even the nascent soul realm is not taken seriously. Because there are disciples who practice in lotus root blessed land, Lu Chongrun has frequent contacts with Hongxia and Peixiang." Qin Pingan laughed dumbly. Except for Qin Pingan, who is a master, outsiders may not know, that little black charcoal who was taken out of the blessed land by him to walk the rivers and lakes together, she used to envy the two of them. One was Wu Yi, the founder of Xiang Mansion. It was the first time she went there to eat and drink with her master. She saw monks, maids, servants, disciples, and more than 1,000 people gathered in the square, kneeling down and kowtow, calling out to the ancestors. Nyang Lai, this kind of pomp, this kind of battle, suddenly shocked Pei Qian, domineering. Xiao Hei Tan secretly made up his mind, in the future, what kind of success is it? It has to be measured according to this standard. Thousands of scumbags under his command, when they see themselves, they kneel down in a large area, and the old ancestor Pei shouted loudly, like thunder. In Beijiuluzhou, in the small cave of the Dragon Palace, Qin Pingan bought a mallow water island, which was of great significance to him, at a cost of 80 grain rain money. Of course, this is an extremely low price. With the help of Duke Lingyuan Shenlin, Ho Liyuan of Longting, and Jianhu, the duckweed of Jianxian Li Kai, these dignitaries are potential pressures for a water dragon sect, not to mention Shuolongzong himself is also willing to share more incense on the mountain with Qin Pingan. Therefore, Lu Chongrun was embarrassed to put forward the price, thinking that if Qin Pingan refused flatly, she would exchange it with a water elixir secretly stored in the water hole. Qin Pingan thought for a moment, and said, "In the past 300 years, it was 30 grain rain money, so if you renew the contract for 600 years, we will calculate it according to the previous price, and then give us 60 grain rain money in Luopao Mountain, Island Lord Lu, what do you think?" Of course, the price is very low, but as I said before, Zhuchai Island has helped us a lot over the years, and I can't help but think of this friendship. If you were a teenager, let alone a 600-year lease, you would just give the whole clawfish back to Juchai Island. It's just that the older I get, the more I understand a truth. Even if it is something like giving kindness to others, I have no guilt in my heart. I don't think much about something. There will be two minds. Knowing this truth is not helplessness, but growth. Taking care of the hearts of others is not an easy thing to do. Lu Chongrun couldn't hide his surprise. After holding it for a long time, he asked tentatively, "No more Guyu money?" Chen Pingon gave a thumbs up and said with admiration, "Master Lu can do business. I've seen people who haggle in different ways, but I've never seen one who actively raised prices." Island Master Lu squinted his eyes and smiled, "Is it not my conscience that I'm sorry?" Chen Pingon pretended not to understand anything, just smiled and drank tea with his head down. Afterwards, the two of them drank tea and chatted, with a relaxed attitude, as beautiful as a picture scroll, and fell into the eyes of the quiet girl beside him. The master and him were not involved in love, but they were both immortals. Leaving the back of the clawfish and approaching Luopao Mountain, Chen Pingon stopped. There was a pavilion on the side of the road, and a table was placed inside, but he never took it out. I heard that Bai Xian met a lot of heroes here, and finally compiled a hero book. Bai Shou didn't agree. In the end, he had suffered a lot and suffered some downfalls one after another, but Jiui Feng Qiuji, who had only met Bai Xian once, was confused and on the list. Chen Pingon walked into the pavilion and took a break. It's just that life is not about wandering around the mountains in the west. If you have visited today, you can visit again tomorrow and the day after. The pavilion will not move, and life will always move forward. Just like a trip to the back of the clawfish, Chen Pingon will miss Pei Qian, the pioneering disciple who grew up. Chen Pingon was not in his hometown. Pei Qian went to the school every day to study. He was near Qilong Lane. There was a woman who didn't give up and said that Pei Qian killed her white goose, Xiaohei. Tan lost money, but always insisted that it was not the white goose she killed. Chen Pingon could even imagine that the little girl who took out the money had a stubborn face. That may be the first time that Pei Qian has saved money and sent it out. Do you feel bad? And those clay dolls that she hid somewhere. According to what Pei Qian told Zhu Lian and Shi Rou at the time, it was raining heavily, and she forgot it accidentally. She didn't beat the drums to withdraw the troops, and they were all scattered by the pouring rain. But Chen Pingon knew very well that he was smashed by his peers, and he probably didn't throw it away, but deliberately smashed it and left it on the ground. Are you angry? But maybe in Xiao Haiden's heart, no matter how sad it is, it can't compare to when he was on the way to escape when he was young. One night, his mother, behind her father and her back, secretly hid the steamed buns and then secretly ate them. A lot of hardships and ups and downs can be used as an enemy with a good childhood, so as not to fall behind. Just like a cold winter, it can be resisted with nostalgia for the warm spring. The difficult time will always pass. It is also possible that many of the hard work and silent efforts in the later life are all in their not-so-good childhoods, doing an unknown difficult tug-of-war in their hearts alone. This fight may accompany a lifetime, at most a draw, and never. No odds. In fact, Chen Pingon has survived it himself, so he will have more patience and compassion than ordinary people, but what really makes Chen Pingon the most soft-hearted are those sensible. For example, a grain of millet that has been wronged but does not feel anything. There was also Pei Qian, who was still a naughty little black charcoal back then. It was the first time that Chen Pingon received a gift on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month. Therefore, Chen Pingon has been cherishing it for so many years, putting it in the square inch instead of the nearest thing, and always carrying it with him. When I was young to drink, I always liked to use the sword-raising gourd. When I became an adult, it seemed that I took out the sword-raising gourd to drink less often. Me and me are the difference between heaven and earth. Some people have had the love and disputes with this world like lovers, and some people have had hatred and reconciliation with this world like enemies. A young girl wearing a sable hat with red cheeks suddenly appeared outside the pavilion and looked at the man in green shirt who was resting on the table with one hand. Chen Pingon turned his head and asked with a smile, "Miss Xia, what do you think of the scenery on the Sword Terrace?" Xiago smiled and said, "Not bad, quite good." Chen Pingon took out 2 pots of wine and smiled, "Do you mind drinking while standing?" Xiago squinted his eyes and smiled, and strode into the pavilion. They are all the children of the rivers and lakes who are used to walking in the city and the countryside. They don't pay attention to blindness. As long as there is no money to drink, there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. I don't know why, seeing that Chen Pingon before, she is not a fool. Of course, the pressure is very high. Don't look at the whirlpool of the time and water of riding Dragon Lane. From beginning to end, she was cautiously guarding the sword bearer, but in fact, she was more afraid of the guy Xiao Mo called Young Master by intuition. When I saw this young mountain master with a warm expression in front of me, it was strange and the pressure was even greater. Xiago asked seemingly casually, "Do you remember what happened before?" Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Knowing what I see is also a kind of practice." Xiago took a sip of wine and nodded, wondering if he thought the wine was delicious, or if he felt that this sentence made sense, so in the eyes of Shanju Qin, how to settle the infinite heart. Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "I want to talk to Miss Xia about this." "I'll pay for it." "You pay for the wine." "Well, it seems that it's still my drink." Xiago smiled and said, "Think him a layman, or is it a selfish guy who can't chat?" If it was someone else, she would have to change her words, such as not urinating in a pot. It's just that now I'm relying on others, and I talk more carefully. Wasn't it just because of his inappropriate words that he was kicked off the mountain by Mr. Zhu? And it would be miserable if he annoyed the real master of the hidden official in front of him again. Where can you drive yourself? Buy a house in Huaihuang County. Wouldn't that be worse than that white-haired short melon? Then she might as well spend money directly on the 3 hills including Tiandu Peak. Alas, those 3 sects are not cheap, bullying her for not understanding the mountain conditions and killing pigs. Chen Pingon was obviously unwilling to talk to her about this, changed the subject, and asked with a smile, "To be honest, I've always wondered why you like Xiao Mo alone." Xiago was full of sadness at first, but finally relieved. During the period, the complex expression and the progressive mood were like a clear stream in the mountain going down the mountain. I saw that she took a sip of wine, sighed faintly, and gave a sentence as the answer. All of a sudden, Chen Pingon was completely blinded. Could it be that the big monsters in the wild world are all so literary? I don't know how to worry about this body, and I'm most afraid if I see gentleness. Sort of Coming Chapter 984. There are only 1,000 cups of wine when a confidant is drunk, and there is not much speculation. Whether it is with Xiago or by Jing, there is actually nothing to talk about. After drinking a pot of wine, Chen Pingon made a temporary move, said goodbye, and said he was going to visit. In Beiyue Mountain Juanfu, the sable-capped girl chased after her and asked her if she could go back to Luopa Mountain. It's not a problem to be relegated to the outside world. It's not a matter of delaying Xiaomo's practice. It is eating, drinking and practicing swords anytime, anywhere. The Ascension realm will only be more complete. The bigger the distance, the less face Xiao Mo will lose. If he loses face, Xiao Mo doesn't want to see her. Alas, death, it's a shame to suffer, man. Hearing this, Chen Pingon actually didn't have the patience to accompany her to chat with her. Just looking at the posture, Xiago seemed to have made up his mind. There is no answer today, so she followed all the way to Piyin Mountain, and Chen Pingon had to stand in the pavilion. Next, let her give her a reason to convince herself. Xiago said that when he returned to the mountain, he would definitely be more cautious in his words and deeds than before, and learn the law of riding the left side of the dragon lane every day, and be a man with his tail tucked. If the mountain owner does not believe it, she will just swear an oath in the name of Master Bai Zai. Can it not be true? Chen Pingan asked her what to do with the business of the New Year's shop in Kalongxiang, and she was partnering with Zhou Junchen to do business. Xiago said that he would definitely not care. He would go to the shop every other day, but it was really difficult to do business. He only said that there are people on Fulu Street and Taoye Lane. Now they have specially assigned people to block her. Fight her wits and courage. Chen Pingan said angrily, "Is there any business that you do that is not authentic? In the first month of the month, you will post a notice on the door of the house. Fortunately, you still have a bottom line. You didn't put it on the door God's face." Feeling aggrieved, he said that I had discussed it with those door gods, and I agreed in advance that I didn't use those mountain-based methods of asking gods to surrender and arresting ghosts and detaining spirits. Everyone said it didn't matter. The old man was calm. Chen Pingan was speechless, silent for a moment, looking at the sable-capped girl with a wrinkled face and aggrieved Baba. Later, Chen Pingan used the method of shrinking the earth, hiding his figure, in a secluded place, and then walked to the foot of Piyun Mountain. As the location of Baiyue Temple in one state, there are many good men and women who come to Piyun Mountain to worship incense, but everyone knows about Piyun Mountain. It is the dojo of Weibo, but very few pilgrims can see this legendary Baiyue Shanjun with his own eyes. Xiago finally got a mountain master's decree. If he was granted amnesty, he was in a good mood. The girl with red cheeks swayed to Luopa Mountain. Not to mention, on the side of Luopa Mountain, Chen Pingan's fart is fragrant. There are a lot of flatterers on the mountain, so it's no wonder that she doesn't fit in with the group. The sable-capped girl completely forgot that when she parted just now, she kept clasping her fists and yelling at Shan Juingming. On the side of the mountain gate, it was quite lively. Xian Wei and Zhou Mili were sitting at the table drinking tea, with Tiao Qilong Lane on the side of the left guardian. In addition, it is rare that Xin Yuanji is also practicing boxing and walking between piles. Sitting here for a while, there is also a boy in red clothes who came from the Zhou Qinghuang Temple. Chen Shan's his immortal aura, do not expect to chat, just a few glances from a distance will be rewarded. And a white-flowered snake in Chidun Mountain, as the riding mount of the boy in red clothes, also curled up at the bottom of the table, looking extremely docile. They are all gathered here to listen to Xianwei Daochang talking about Dashin. Xianwei glanced at the local dog. At first, Daoist Xianwei felt very pitiful. He regarded it as a wild dog that was looking for something to eat. He even got some chicken, fish and bones from the old cook. At that time, when the dog raised its head, Xianwei actually saw extremely complex emotions in the other's eyes: grief, anger, disgust, depression, pity. Xianwei was shocked at the time. Could it be that Pindao was despised by a local dog? It was only later that I found out that it was the well-known Zhuhufa of Qilong Lane. Misunderstandings are misunderstandings. Be kind, be kind. In addition, there is a visitor who has just traveled here, a middle-aged Taoist priest with a sword on his back, with a face as white as jade, holding a purple bamboo stick and a gourd scoop hanging from his waist. Both Zhou Mili and Xianwei knew each other's identities because they had met each other before. Zhou Mili was on the Qingshandu side of Xiandu Mountain, and had a good chat with the Daoist Lu, who claimed to be Chunyang. Xianwei stopped at the mountain gate because Lu Yan visited Luopao Mountain once before. At that time, he drank a bowl of hot tea at the table. And also asked fellow Taoist Chunyang if he was afraid. Lu Yan smiled without saying a word. Xianwei was very happy and said that he was bragging. He also invited the other party to serve as a guest of Luopao Mountain, and he was willing to introduce him. Based on his relationship with Qin Shanju, I dare not say that this kind of thing will happen, but it will definitely not happen. However, Xian Wei didn't say that the name Keqing is still not named. You have to leave some room to speak. You can't imitate Chen Lingjun. He speaks firmly, like a glutinous rice bowl. It's delicious, but it's easy to last. Nourish the stomach. Liu Yan's trip was relatively slow, and he visited the entire ancient Shu land, which is a vast territory. Some of the ruins of the Dragon Palace, which have not yet been found by the Dali court, have also been visited by Taoists. Qi Shi, naturally, is just visiting immortals to explore secluded places. They are all scenes of people going to empty buildings. The eyes are full of desolation, the world has changed, and the vicissitudes of life are nothing more than this. Finally, I took a trip to Huangtinghua and visited the Hanxi River along the way. I read several rare books in the old collection that were inherited and ordered in the Chao family Zhilan building. Looking at the old books was like reuniting with old friends. The ancient books in the world are always divided and combined like this. He then passed the Baihu River, Xiang Mansion, and then walked along the mountain road from Hongzhou town, past Qidun Mountain, and walked slowly all the way to this unfortunate mountain. Previously, the Taoist looked at the lively gate of the mountain and nodded and smiled. In general immortal mansion, this kind of picture will not appear. There are so many realm divisions along the way of cultivation, and the mind will inevitably fluctuate along with it. In a mountain sect, many cultivators are considered to be successful in cultivating their minds. It is difficult, but it is not uncommon, but it is a miracle to want people to be one. On this visit, Liu Yan had something to ask for, and he had a mortal experience, and he needed the help of Lord Qin Shanju to protect the Tao. This Taoist protector does not have high requirements for realm. Not to mention, Qin Pingan, who was personally recommended by the most holy teacher. I heard the little girl in black say that the mountain master went down the mountain to the town. In fact, I went to check the accounts at Qilong Lane. Millet Grain asked seriously, is Chunying Xianchang anxious to see the mountain master? If there is an urgent matter, she only needs to recite Wei Shanjun 3 times in her heart, just like knocking on the door. Wei Shanjun on the side of Piyun Mountain can listen immediately, then as long as she is in the Beiyue boundary, she can immediately talk to the good person mountain master. Talk. Liu Yan smiled and said, don't worry, Pindao waits for Qin Shanju to return here and then climb the mountain together. In addition to tea and melon seeds on the table, there are 2 bags of dried creek fish taken out from a cotton satchel with millet grains. The last time I was at King Shangdu, Meili was reluctant to take out the only bag of dried fish left to entertain guests. In fact, after that, Meili developed a habit. Every time he goes out, he must contain 2 or more bags of dried creek fish in the cotton satchel, which is nicknamed Zhu Shi Tang by Meili, in case of emergency. Xiago is very kind now. Seeing the young Taoist priest with a wooden hairpin on his head, now his real name is Nianjing, and his Taoist name is Xianwei, Xiago is completely relieved. Her reasoning is very simple, you can't pick up 2 pieces of silver one after another on the same street. Who else can I meet at this old site of Lizidongshan? In the past, the world's first Taoist, one of the 10 richest men in the world, has already seen it. She can't have such good luck anymore, can she? The Beiju Luzhou in the north is a huge continent, and there is only a real fire dragon lying on the ground. Can it enter her eyes? As for Tong Yezhou in the south, Yuguizong Jian Xiu Weiying, or the sycamore tree in Zanyala, or the Wanyao sect in Sanshan Blessed Land. As a result, when Xiago approached the mountain gate, she first saw the middle-aged Taoist priest with an unfamiliar face, Danfang eyes, 3 long beards. This Taoist priest looked like a realmless person. In an instant, Xiago felt a sense of oppression like an enemy. 10,000 years ago, after being with Xiaomo for so long, he never felt this strange. Maybe only once, Xiaomo almost sacrificed all his life to fly. Jian, and then she chased after Luobaotin. The Bixiao cave master appeared and advised her not to cross the border. If she crossed the border, don't leave, just stay. People cross the border, keep people. Legs cross the border, keep legs. Feijian crossed the border and left Feijian behind. Damn it, Xiago still feels aggrieved when he thinks of this stinky cow-nosed old man. There is no reason. Such a big Aquarius, why is there such a hidden dragon and crouching tiger? Xiago narrowed his eyes and slowed his pace. That inconspicuous table really looked like a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Seeing the thin sable-capped girl, the boy in Zhu stood on the table with his hands on his hips, and greeted with a smile, "Xiao Xia is back. I heard Wei Xian say that you are going to ride the Dragon Lane to earn money for your private house." Already? Xiago nodded with a straight face, but he and Qin Yuanji smiled brightly and said, "Sister Qin, rest." Fools are easy to deceive, so Xiago has a very good impression of Qin Yuanji, unlike the incense little man in the Zhou Qinghuang temple. Don't look stupid, he is actually a fine person. I saw a little girl in black standing up, it was the little water monster who made the white-haired boy shout to form a black and white double evil, but didn't agree. If Xiago had left it before, he would have stretched out his hand to hold the little girl's head, and shook it a few times, but he just ate a bite to gain wisdom, and now he smiled and said, "Yo, it's the legendary Right Dharma Protector, it's a pleasure to meet you. Fortunately, my name is Xiago, and I am Xiao Mo's daughter-in-law." Xianwei spit out a sip of tea, choked and coughed, and quickly wiped the table with his sleeve. Zhou Mili's eyes widened even more. "What, Mr. Mo has a Taoist companion?" Xiago finally looked at the Taoist priest. "Where is this old man?" Lu Yan smiled and said, "The world is home, and the life is cloud and water." Xiago said, "I think with the ability of the Taoist priest, even if you learn the talisman Yushuan of the Middle-earth divine continent, and have 3 or 5 sects at the same time, it is more than enough." Lu Yan smiled and said, "The girl is wrong, I dare not compare it with Senior Yu Xian." Xianwei can't listen anymore. It's like complimenting a scholar. You can say that people are pedantic and unparalleled, but you can directly say that the other person's knowledge is similar to Yaxing and Wenxing. This is not a face-to-face scolding, what is it? It seems that Miss Xie's thinking behind closed doors at Qilong Lane is in vain. It is estimated that it has something to do with Jiao Lao Shinxian not sitting in the grass-head shop. Otherwise, if you learn from Jiao Lao Shinxian to succeed, Xiago won't talk like that. Not a coincidence. Xiago sat cross-legged on the bench. "Where did you guys talk just now? Continue, when I don't exist." Zhou Mili held the tea bowl with both hands, took a sip of the tea, put it on the table lightly, and smiled happily. "Just now, Daoist Chunyang helped each of us put 2 or 3 pieces of mugwort in the tea bowl, saying that it is to practice qi. If a scholar drinks this tea for a long time, and supplements it with a Daoyin technique, it will be able to drive away the cold, strengthen the yang energy, and keep the spirit alive." Xiago stretched his neck and glanced at the 3 leaves of mugwort in the little girl's bowl. It was actually made of mugwort leaves cooked with real fire from the sun. The Taoist master is proficient in ancient methods. It seems that the teacher has a long history. How about 10,000 years of cultivation in later generations? Xiago traveled to Beiju Luzhou and took a look at it. The techniques of worshipping the moon and picking stars are all common, except for the practice of the sun, which is relatively rare, because the threshold is higher, and just now, Xiago glanced attentively. Xiago looked at the subtle veins of the few leaves of mugwort, which fell in her eyes, and they were all visible, as big as a mountain range. Xiago was naturally better than Qin Yuanji, the layman who was in the midst of happiness and did not know his happiness. There are more experts in the doorway, and the Taoist priest in front of him is very likely to be an expert who can go to that kind of Huiyang palace for a walk. In this way, isn't he half the same as himself? Lu Yen smiled and said nothing. Xia Go asked again, is the Taoist priest still a swordsman? Lu Yen said, I know a little about swordsmanship, so I can barely be considered a swordsman. Xia Go asked, I don't know how you think about cultivation. This was just a casual question, but I didn't think that the other party would really give the answer. I saw the Taoist priest smiled and said, the ancients made laws, food must use fire, so the people of all generations can survive, and the house must be driven by water, so the billions of trillions of spirits can really stand. Lu Yen stretched out his finger and pointed to the great sun in the sky. In the eyes of Pindao, the most precious thing in the sky, the one that is visible but not hidden, can be obtained by everyone, so there is only a red sun hanging in the air. The Taoist took another breath and exhaled a breath of clear spiritual energy. The white mist was hazy, like a cloud of water, with a red line floating and sinking, like a slender fire dragon flying through the clouds and raining, the great treasure of man, although hidden. If you don't show it, you can still seek it from yourself, just this one breath of true yang. This thing is pure and pure. People who cultivate the Tao slowly see merit and condense into a group. They are their own pure yang. Therefore, pure yang is immortal, and pure yin is pure yang. Ghosts are half of yin and yang in human beings, and they are friends of ghosts and ghosts. They are either ghosts or ghosts. They are only practicing, self-validating their minds, and self-cultivating their spirits. Xia Go smiled and said, the truth is good, but it's a little too general, and it sounds like a fog, not touching the sky or the ground. Lu Yen smiled and said, like this Gerldson, although she is not a Qi practitioner, as a pure martial artist, practicing martial arts and practicing boxing, together with Qi refining, has the same effect, like a fire dragon walking on water. The Qi and blood are a vast river, and the bones and muscles are stretched mountains. Moreover, it can be seen that Miss Sen's boxing master is extremely accomplished in martial arts, especially the combination of boxing and breathing, which can teach others refreshingly. Because this person taught Miss Sen for completely different breathing techniques, so the trajectory of infuriating qi is different between day and night, winter and summer, so it is possible to keep pressing the situation without hurting the body and soul. Spirit, different from ordinary people. Tsing Yuanji was stunned on the spot. Mr. Zhu taught her the 4 paths of true qi circulation. Of course, she had been practicing boxing for so many years. Could it be that his slowness in breaking through is not because of his own poor qualifications? Mr. Zhu has always said that she has good martial arts qualifications, and is it not a comforting word? Xiago smiled and said, the way is long and tall. Lu Yen smiled. Xiago is still not clear at the moment. This land Sanxian with the Taoist name Chunyang is one of the 10 future heroes in the future in the eyes of the most holy master. Chen Pingan did not go directly to the temple on the top of the mountain along the sacred way of worshipping incense, but held a walking stick and hiked to the second peak of Piyin Mountain. Among the crowd of climbers, he came to the Wenchang Pavilion on this mountain to burn incense and make a wish. Yasushi is no different. In Piyin Mountain, there are more than a dozen temples and Taoist temples. In the past, the Dali court once selected 6 mountains and 10 temples on the territory of one continent, all of which are famous Buddhist temples. Among them, the Guangfu Temple in Piyin Mountain is the emperor of the Song dynasty of Dali. In the imperial order, the imperial pen inscribed the plaque, gave the purple clothes and the Dharma name, and once ordered the abbot to enter the capital to write the golden scriptures. Halfway up the mountain there is a pavilion for resting feet. There is a tea stall next to it. Most of the porters in the mountains drink tea at the tea stall. Chen Pingan is here. It turned out that it was Wei Shanjun who came here in person, and of course he used a trick, so that the common people didn't know each other. This Beiyue mountain monarch, whose reputation has spread far and wide in other continents, has the essence of golden body, and now his realm cultivation is equivalent to that of a fairy. What's more, the entire Beiyue realm is Wei Boss Dojo, and Wei Bo can be regarded as most of the Ascension realm. Chen Pingan asked the stall owner for another bowl of tea. After Wei Bo was seated, he asked, "Why didn't Mr. Mo come?" It was stopped by Chen Shanju again. "Isn't it appropriate?" Chen Pingan immediately replied, "When will Wei Shanjun hold a night tour banquet? I seem to have never drank the fine wine from Shanjun's mansion. I have regrets in my life and must find an opportunity to make up for it. There is an old saying that living for a long time is cheap, and frequent kisses are also sparse. Luopao Mountain and Piyin Mountain have no such concerns." But in fact, Chen Pingan doesn't know any of the chief officials of the Shanjun mansion, the little 30th Shanshui deity. Now Luopa Mountain has a lower sect. If there is another lower sect in Beiju Luzhou, Luopa Mountain and Qingping Sword sect, wouldn't it be necessary to take advantage of the situation to upgrade to the authentic and the upper sect? Think about such beautiful things. When the time comes, there will be a few more good deeds, and you will definitely have a place in the selection of the top 10 sects in the world. What you? It hurts my feelings. It has to be us. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Tong Yesh's excavation of Dadu has already been made, and construction will start soon. I asked Qingping Jianzong to leave a gap for you. Between 1,400 and 1,800 grain rain money, do you have any ideas? If Pai Yunshan's treasury is tight, I can help to make it up first." For ordinary Qi practitioners, participating in the excavation of Dadu may be the exchange of money and loss, and even the more money you earn, the farther away you are from merit. The ranks, but to some extent can help their respective sects and families to earn some blessings, but these blessings are not very likely to flow, usually only carry out around Dadu. The business of Zhai is prosperous and the financial resources are prosperous. This is the only reason why Zhangji must set up shops in all the ferry ports. Xinyala Qingtong, which is closely related to Yizhou's luck, is an exception, but for the gods of mountains and rivers, they all have real merits and virtues, and they are guaranteed to make money without losing money. Wei Bo nodded and said, "Then I will take out 2,000 grain rain coins and make up a whole number." Chen Pingan said in surprise, "Wei Shanjun, take out 2,000 grain rain money in one breath without frowning. The treasure house of our Beiyue Mountain Jun's mansion must not be gold and silver. Come here, why don't you take me for a walk? Go for a walk and open your eyes." Wei Bo twitched the corners of his mouth. "It's you, not us." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The sunset is still and the mountains and rivers are quiet. Let me listen to you and say yes or no." Wei Bo said helplessly, "Chen Yingguan's limericks and collections are already famous enough. But Wei Shanjun can't deny it, it's still very fitting." Wei Bo suddenly frowned slightly. Chen Pingan asked, "What's wrong?" Wei Bo explained, "You Luopa Mountain, there is a wandering Taoist priest. I can't even see the depth of the other party's Taoism, but the other party immediately noticed my spying." The tea bowl rippled with clouds and mist, and a picture emerged. I saw that there was a table sitting around the entrance of Luopao Mountain. Among them was a middle-aged Taoist priest with immortal style, but this landscape painting quickly dissipated. Chen Pingan glanced at him and said with a smile, "It's normal. This senior's surname is Lu Mingyan, and his Taoist name is Chunyang. He is a true Taoist, a well-deserved Taoist, and he doesn't want people to know where he is. Don't talk about my Luopa Mountain, or your Piyin Mountain. I am afraid that even at the foot of Sui Mountain, the gods can't notice it when they travel around." Wei Bo said in admiration, "Chunyang. Such a big Dao name, ordinary people can't bear it." Wei Bo carefully inspected Xinhu for a moment, and asked in his heart, I remember that in the history of Huang Tinghua, there was a Taoist priest who threw a wine glass into the river and turned it into a white eagle. Is there a relationship with this Taoist priest? Chen Pingan nodded and said, it was the handwriting of this real person of Chunyang. Back then, he and Qing Shanchang traveled the river together by boat, and improvised while drunk. This is how the water goddess of the Baihu River came into being. Wei Bo hesitated. Chen Pingan shook his head. About this pure young Taoist who likes to play the world, there is also an old incident. The old yellow calendar is full of old stories that have been covered in dust for a long time. For example, Aunt Fong, who lives in the fire temple in the capital, once had a landscape illusion of burning wormwood and burning the dragon's forehead. Another example is the blessed land of hundreds of flowers in the past. Many flower gods once turned to a man surnamed Shui who was in luck to defend against Aunt Fong. And this person also became the founding emperor of the Daong dynasty, and he has always been very fond of incense with Baihua blessed land, and there is still the custom of hanging flowers in the whole country. At the beginning of the dragon-slaying battle in the past, the real dragons in the world, and many dragon palaces and water houses, had also pinned their hopes on the help of a man who had attained the Tao, and it was Chunyang Lu Yen. Wei Bo stopped asking questions and complained, what do you plan to do with this little girl who goes by the pseudonym Xie Go? A sword cultivator who had completed the Ascension realm, was from a wild demon clan, and he stayed in the Beiyue realm like this every day, and Wei Bo felt terrified. So far, Wei Bo has not leaked the secret to the officials of the Shanjun mansion, saying that there is such a number one person wandering in Huaihuang County, lest they be frightened. Chen Pingan began to distance himself, she is the admirer of your Mr. Mo, you can't complain to me. Wei Bo said, I just made a mistake in the calculation, and now the Shanjun mansion has to spend money everywhere, and it's stretched thin. How can one word be so poor, the 2,000 grain rain money, I beg the Luopa Shangquan mansion to help me make it up, I can set up a new one. And I owe you. Chen Pingan had to promise, Zigis sighed, I will restrain her, I will definitely not let her mess up, if there is any mistake, you can just find me. Wei Bo asked, the Taoists of Chunyang have all shown their faces at the gate of the mountain, why don't you hurry up and entertain guests? Chen Pingan smiled and said, I'm definitely going, but don't be in a hurry. Let me accompany Wei Shanjun to finish a bowl of tea. You can't be too fond of the new. This is what makes you hard when you speak from the bottom of your heart. There are millet grains in charge of hospitality, and there is no need for him, the mountain owner, to be the icing on the cake. If the visitor hadn't started in Ascension, we would not even bother to move out of the right protector from Luopa Mountain. But if it was Chen Lingjun, you can see if Chen Pingan is in a hurry, the custody would have rushed to the entrance of Luopa Mountain. Chen Pingan drank 2 bowls of tea, so that Wei Shanjun didn't have to send him off, so he left gracefully. When Chen Pingan arrived at the entrance of Luopao Mountain, Lu Yen got up and said with a smile, nursing. The two sides climbed the mountain together, climbed the stairs, and went directly to the top of the mountain. Lu Yen said straight to the point, I have something to ask for. Chen Pingan almost spoke in unison, with similar meanings, asking for something. Lu Yen smiled and said, Master Chen Shan will talk about it first. Chen Pingan was not polite, and said, it may be necessary to ask the Taoist priest for a fire talisman. The higher the rank, the better. Lu Yen knew it in his heart, is it because of Wen Yunhua Python's escape? Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and asked, my little warm tree, Dao Xian is in the Jilan building of the Chao family in Huang Tinghua. Could it be related to the Taoist priest? Lu Yen stroked his beard and said with a smile, Pin Dao used to draw a talisman on the beams and pillars of a book building in Shu. The original intention was to protect books, but it was not a Jilan building at that time. As for how to fall into it, Chao's hand, I think it's just a matter of chance. Chen Pingan bowed his thanks. Lu Yen waved his hand, there's no need for that. Lu Yen then asked, when Yun Fire Python is not easy to escape, and the natural conflict between water and fire is difficult to reconcile. Does Master Chen have a plan? Chen Pingan nodded with a smile. In an instant, Lu Yen looked around and smiled slightly. It turned out that he was already in a long river of time that was formed by Chen Pingan's two flying swords. The text is a mountain, the text is full of movement, and the weather is good. Lu Yen said, with this background, Chen Wanshu will be more than enough to enter the Jade Realm in the future. There is not much difference between the fire talisman of the poor way or not. Seeing that Chen Pingan was hesitant to say anything, Lu Yen smiled and said, Pindao came here to ask for help, how could he be stingy with a talisman? Chen Pingan asked curiously, I don't know what the chief is asking for. Lu Yen said, protect the Dao for a while. Chen Pingan wondered, with the current state of the younger generation, is he really capable of doing this? Lu Yen nodded and said, Pin Dao is not worried about whether Qin Shanzhu is competent at all. He is afraid that Qin Shanzhu protects Dao with too much effort, and Pin Dao himself has nothing to do. Chen Pingan asked, can the Taoist master elaborate on protecting the Tao? Lu Yen smiled and said, don't worry, you still need to wait for a while. Chen Pingan took back two flying swords, and Lu Yen took out two talismans from his sleeves. Chen Pingan said, one is enough. Lu Yen smiled and said, just treat it as a good thing in pairs. The fire talisman is given to Chen Wanshu. As for the other water talisman, it is for your right guardian. Back then, the little girl in black was holding the rope of the cotton satchel tightly at the Xiandu mountain in Qingshandu, because she was entangled in whether to take out a bag of dried fish to entertain guests or leave it to Miyu, and she was so nervous that she was sweating. Unconsciously, she kept frowning and frowning, making Lu Yen wonder whether to laugh or cry, and it was difficult to persuade the other party to keep the dried fish. After that, the two sides stood by the railing, and Chen Pingan and Chunyang Zhenren asked for some practice. The sky and the earth are all frost, the spring mountain is like a smile, the top of the peaks, the long wind is mighty. Sword of Coming Chapter 985. Chen Pingan just took out the sword-raising gourd, and Lu Yen also took off the gourd around his waist, and smiled at each other. Probably this is what Bai Yes poems call a mountain and a quiet person, flowers blooming on Zhuoshan. Lu Yen raised his head and poured a mouthful of self-brewed water. Do you know the origin of these mountain peaks in Lizhu Cave? Chen Pingan nodded and said, Cui Dongshan once said some inside stories. There are a total of 62 hills in the mountains to the west, most of which are migrating from the mountains of the ancient Shu. There are more than 40 of them. I guess it is the handwriting of Mr. Sanshan Joho, and I will see if there is any chance to ask in person. But things like the Luopao mountain under our feet, the Piyun mountain over Weibo, and the mountain with the dragon-slaying platform are all relatively weird, there is no written record. The latter was recorded as Jialyo Mountain by the secret archives of the Ministry of the Household of Doli, and was banned during the Chunhui period. According to our local dialect, it is commonly known as Longji Mountain. Mysterious, maybe the only one who knows the real route is Grandpa Yang in the backyard of the pharmacy in the past. Lu Yen smiled and said, Grandpa Yang. You mean that Qingtong Tianjun? Qingtong Tianjun, one of the 12 high-ranking gods, was the ancestor of the Earth Immortal Man who mastered a flying platform in the past, but he became of the human race. Just like a lonely man who lights a lamp and keeps the year old, he has been in the world for 10,000 years. Chen Pingan nodded lightly. If it wasn't for Grandpa Yang, he wouldn't be alive today. There are some things that he can endure when he grows up, but he can't endure it when he grows up. In fact, Chen Pingon originally had a lot of words, and he wanted to have a good chat with this old man. On the road of life, teenagers and young people always move forward, as if the old people have stopped, and the former is just a memory when they look back. Chen Pingon still clearly remembers that the first time he saw Grandpa Yang, he was squatting outside the door of the pharmacy when he was young. It's only natural for businessmen to make money when you buy things. I'll owe you the credit first, but you have to pay back the money later, and you can't owe a cent to the shop. In the end, the old man asked the child if he understood, and the child stood up, ignorant, and just handed out the money bag that was always tightly held in his left hand. Lu Yan raised his eyes and looked into the distance, his sight stretched all the way, like a mountain range. No matter what is right or wrong, the scenery of the mountains and rivers has not changed much, and he said with emotion, "In the past, I often traveled to the ancient Shu land. I only remember the sky and night of Shu. It is rainy, the dragon is born, and the sword light rises and falls with the wind and rain, which is spectacular." Just talking about that Longji mountain, if I remember correctly, it was first located on the border of ancient Shu. There used to be a cave called Quokang Cave. Exiled, happy to come from the sea. There are many ancient names of this mountain, such as Zhenin, Tianbi, Windmill, Liaoning Lamp and so on. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the sword fairy and the dragon. The first mountain range stretched all the way into the sea, which could be connected with the breath of a certain submarine dragon palace. There is a rushing river in Hongzhou town. The water is extremely strong, and it is turbid. The gourd wine is brewed with the water in the heart of the river there. In ancient times, there were often thunderstorms during the day, which echoed the current Yuzhou. Therefore, the so-called "this water leads to the sea" in the local county annals is not a word that goes through the chisel. Li Jin, the water of Chongdan River who opened a bookstore in the small town, is actually one of the ancient dragon species, but Li Jin may not know his origin, and has always mistakenly thought that it was the dragon current from Lizhu Cave overflowing into Chongdan. Jiang, he was able to open his mind and refine his shape, or was taken away from Lizhu Cave by the ancient immortals with the Dragon King basket, but it was not the case. As for the dragon-slaying platform, which was used by Jianxiu to sharpen the sword and regarded as a treasure in later generations, it actually means literally, ancient times. The dragon-slaying platform, one of the two execution platforms in the heavenly court, was chopped to pieces by Jianxiu in the battle of ascending to the sky, and fell to the world, scattered among the heaven and earth. A lot. There is also a piece on the Sword Qi Great Wall. If Pindao remembers correctly, it is your Taoist companion's family treasure. Chen Qinglu, the man who slashed the dragon, used to practice swordsmanship in Quokang Cave for many years. It can be regarded as the place where he ascended to the Tao. Later, the so-called Changxi Dongshan was actually only a part of Quokang Cave, which is equivalent to your Luopa mountain. Ji Se Peak. He killed 14 sword cultivators who set up a life-and-death situation in one go, 8 of them in the 5 realms, 2 of them in the fairy realm, and the remaining 6 nascent souls. Hi, but the supernatural power of every sword cultivator's life-born flying sword is very suitable for siege. What is the killing power of the sword cultivator in the Yuan-Yingjing realm? What will be the effect of siege killing with the flying sword's natural magic power? You are from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, you should. The most clear thing is that the result was still killed by Chen Qinglu. After this battle, more than 10 sword veins were broken in Aquarius. It started to slump. This Taoist Chunyang, who is indefinitely gathered and scattered in the 2 worlds, communicates the ancient and the present, and has many illusions. On the road of life, we seem to be flipping through books to read others, and we don't know when we can become books that others read carefully and repeatedly. I remember Xing Dafeng once said a truth: when a person is middle-aged, he is not confused at 40. If a person is 40 years old and still does not believe in fate, either his fate is good, or he is not enlightened. Brother Dafeng, who doesn't speak dirty words, apart from being a little uglier and having less money in his pocket, is still quite unique. Chen Pingan said sincerely, as the old saying goes, if there is an old man in a family, there is a treasure. In the future, when Senior Lu successfully exits the border, I don't know if I can ask my senior to find an altar to preach for the monks in one continent. As for the location, whether it is Luopao Mountain, Piyun Mountain, or Nanjian Kingdom Shengazong, Wangliangpai Lushan, or any place in Bay of Pingzu, it doesn't matter. After all, this Chunyang real person, strictly speaking, is the own family of Aquarius. Lu Yan was non-committal about this, but just asked with a smile, my family doesn't talk about the two families. First there was the battle of Cicada slaughtering the Cave of Heaven, and then there was the battle of slaying the dragon. Since Pin Dao is a native monk in Aquarius, he has a lot of fate with many dragon palaces. Why didn't he make a move twice? Isn't Chen Shanju curious? Chen Pingan mentioned the sword-raising gourd in the shape of a vermilion wine jug, and lightly knocked it against Lu Yan's purple gourd scoop, like clinking a wine glass. Pure yang, without ignorance of cause and effect. After drinking each other, Chen Pingan wiped the corners of his mouth, and Lu Yan smiled knowingly, when you speak, you know. If you stay silent, you know. Chen Pingan suddenly smiled and said, I visited Yidai Peak earlier and heard an old senior say that Xiao is doing things, but he just cares about himself, everyone is fine. Lu Yan nodded and said, cultivation is one's own business, if the world is the home. Chen Pingan was silent for a moment and asked, where will Senior Lu travel next? Lu Yan said, I plan to go to Beiju Luzhou. Pindao and Baigu Zhenren once traveled to Baiyujing Green City. In addition, there is a special situation. I owe Master Lu a favor. He Xiaoliang of Qingliang's sect, as a new disciple of Lu Zhangjiao, became the head of the sect, and her realm has risen all the way to the current immortal. Because she has a deep blessing and a good aptitude for cultivation, it is easy. This time Sword Immortal Bai Shang uses seclusion as bait. He Xiaoliang has a very soft and firm personality, and will bite the hook if he is not careful. He must have no worries about life and death, but with Bai Shang's behavior, this kind of fish that bites on its own will be caught again. When he was thrown into the water, the fish would definitely suffer a lot, but because of the face of Zhang Jiaolu and Tianjun, he would save He Xiaoliang's life. But it would definitely hurt her Dao fundamentals. Falling one level to Yupu is impossible to escape, plus it can make He Xiaoliang just miss the upcoming opportunity, and it will not be easy for He Xiaoliang to step into the Ascension realm step by step. He Xiaoliangwang has a senior brother, Chao Rong, and at most Gu Qingsong. Even if the three of them join forces, they are still very reluctant to face an Ascension realm sword cultivator who can go out of retreat. It's too big. So Pindao intends to go to the north to have a look after leaving Luopa Mountain. Chen Pingan nodded and said, He Xiaoliang will definitely find trouble with Bai Chang. Lu Yan smiled and joked, Master Chen Shan, you can have so many karmic entanglements with Headmaster Lu. You can count it all over the history. Just saying this is enough to be proud of yourself. Chen Pingan nodded and said solemnly, I have read some Buddhist classics over the years. In addition to the classics, the rest of the koans commented on the ancients and sang the ancients, and they were no less than 8,000. Then I discovered one thing, the eminent monks of all dynasties quoted Lu Qin. There are even more allusions in the writings than all the Confucian sages put together. So no matter who you look down on, you can't look down on this Headmaster Lu. Lu Yan nodded and said, no matter how much we outsiders look at Lu Qin, it may not be Lu Chen's true height. Lu Yan suddenly asked, I don't ask why you mention the origin of the mountains in the west. Could it be that Pindao is just showing off his knowledge with Lord Qinshan? Chen Pingan thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, is it reminding the younger generation, this is also a kind of Daoization in a broad sense? Liu Yan nodded and said, "This may be one of the fundamental differences between Taoism and Buddhism." Chen Pingan frowned slightly, and then his heart suddenly became clear, but he had doubts again. After all, there is a saying in Mahayana Buddhism that, no living beings can't become a Buddha. Just as he was about to say something, Liu Yan smiled and said, "This is just the reconciliation method of the later ancestors of Zen. 1. It has little to do with the earlier Tathagata Zen. Senior Chui once gave a saying, pure martial arts, 7 realms and 8 realms die in their hometown, 9 realms die in their own country, and 10 realms end in this continent." And this Lu Zhu, whose Taoist name is Chunyang, once crossed the threshold of the 14th realm with 1 foot, but exited the door himself, a Taoist real person who chose to travel far away to the Qingming world, which is very easy to explain. Just reverse the premise. A certain sable-cap girl who has been eavesdropping on the conversation on the top of the mountain is dizzy. What are you talking about? Chen Pingan took a deep breath, put away the sword-raising gourd, turned sideways, cupped his hands and clasped his fists, and said solemnly, "Junior has a big question, so dare to ask Senior for advice." With a smile on his face, Liu Yan waved his hand, indicating that Chen Pingan did not pass the 6 years. Chen Pingan was horrified, but he didn't even notice that Xiago was eavesdropping, because a restriction similar to a pocket sword array was just set up on the top of the mountain. Liu Yan put his fingers close together, seemingly at will with a slight push. Then there was a pure sword intent that did not have sword energy, which merged with heaven and earth. But at the same time, there was also a hidden sword energy on the other side of the mountain road, which was pushed back to the top of the mountain by Xiago. Liu Yan teased, "Do you two count as a courtesy exchange?" Chen Pingan was slightly embarrassed. Liu Yan said sternly, "You are on Tongya continent, have you tried twice to enter the Jade Purity realm without success?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "The demon of the heart is unexpected. I never thought that it would appear in this way. The first time I was caught off guard, and the second time I thought I could rely on the 6 solutions including the rain chapter. It still didn't work out." Liu Yan said with a smile, "Xiuhu did give you a big problem." Chen Pingan smiled bitterly and said, "How ran in the world, if I mention the Great Wall of Sword Qi because of my return to my hometown, I need a last-generation hidden official in the upper 5 realms." So when the Fortune Cave woke up, Chen Pingan, who was still in the nascent soul realm on the side of the Sword Qi Great Wall, inexplicably became the Jade Pure realm. This is actually because Chuang gave Chen Pingan a realm of jade between authenticity and falsehood. To be honest, Chen Pingan is indeed a jade that breaks the bottleneck on his own, but Chen Pingan himself forgot the specific process. To be false, it is Chen Pingan's mind, because Chui Yu erased his memory. There is a gap. In the long run, it is a great legacy, but Chui Ye's solution is simple. Waiting for the future junior brother himself, you can return to Yupu after falling. As for Chen Pingan's realm falling and returning again, Chui Yu probably doesn't care at all whether there will be complications during the period, causing the road to rise 1 foot and the devil to rise 1 zhang. From Zayuha's point of view, if you can't handle such trivial matters well, you don't have to go to the Qingming world to humiliate yourself. Liu Yan didn't ask why the inner demon, but just reminded Chen Pingan to be more cautious and not to rush to restore the Jade Realm, and then quickly changed the topic. After all, people's words are terrible, and everyone speaks of gold. Mr. Cui's actions are understandable. Is the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Is it a Jade Pure Realm sword cultivator? It is a watershed. Yes, when it comes to Chen Pingan, it is mostly a compliment. For, the boss Jianxian dares to use people, but if it is only nascent soul, the Haoran world's perception of you personally, and even the entire Sword Qi Great Wall, will change. There are so many things in the world and life is not easy. Most of them are just watching one lively event and then waiting for the next one. How can I have the time to find out? People are not ancient. The heart of the ancients is that studying is not easy. Very deep, of course. Today's people also have the advantages and strengths of today's people. These are two paths. The ancients went from 1 to 10,000, and they disprove one of them. First, as the Buddhists say, the Dharma door is boundless and one vows to learn, and eventually one can see the unique Dharma door. For example, when my husband was in the capital city, he could not help but sigh with emotion. If you want to talk about the truth and knowledge in the book, if you only talk about the breadth and not the depth, how can the former sages be able to compare? So is it possible to just pick up a scholar from the academy now, and throw it away 10,000 years ago? It is estimated that the original group of scholars will come to ask for advice one by one. Chen Pingan nodded. Of course he could understand the difference, but the hardships here were self-aware. So much so that Chen Pingan even guessed that the inner demon he encountered when trying to break the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm was very likely to be something he would only encounter when he tried to enter the 14 realm after Ascension realm. Care. Lu Yen smiled and said, Master Chen Shan has a good senior brother. Chen Pingan was speechless. Lu Yen put aside the gourd again, turned his head and glanced at the north, and said with a slight sarcasm, Sai Weng loses his horse to know that it is not a blessing. Bai Chang and not Tian Wan secretly colluded, trying to control the circulation of Kendo in one continent, that is, the two sides. In the end, it failed, otherwise Pindao will return to Aquarius continent now, but he doesn't mind the sword cultivator of Ascension realm or the identity of junior sister Zhou Zi. Pindao is not vegetarian. Including Xiago, the group of people who drank tea at the same table with Zhenren Chunyang. In fact, after Chen Pingan and the others took the lead in climbing the mountain, they felt that they were full after drinking tea, so they began to climb the mountain and enjoy the scenery. Among them, only Cin Yuanji continued practicing boxing and walking. On the contrary, they are faster than Xian Wei and Zhou Mili. After so many years, she doesn't feel bored after walking in the same way. Today, being smashed by the real person of Chunyang, Cin Yuanji has even more fighting spirit. The boy in red robes rode on the white snake. The first time he climbed the mountains and mountains, it was not tiring. It was not considered a prohibited act, because before Shanzhu Qin and the foreign Taoist priest climbed the mountain, he probably felt sorry for his hard work, chatted for a long time, and even a special decree of the mountain master was specially issued to allow this incense little man named Zhi Qing to climb the mountain with the white snake named Bai Hong by the little guy, and then come back to Luopao Mountain Dianmao. Xianwei Daoist nothing will stop them from going up the mountain. The boy in Zhu Yi is talking about the righteousness of the rivers and lakes. He bites the bullet and helps to introduce the white-flowered snake from Chiduan Mountain to the mountain owner. Bai Hong, but after learning that the white flower snake was temporarily named Bai Hong today, Shanzhu Qin praised the incense villain, saying that the name was not small because according to the records of the Confucian Book of Rites, Ji Chun the moon, that is, at the end of the spring, on the tail of the spring of a year, there has been a saying since ancient times that the rainbow begins to see, and the rainbow begins to be born. Which is the rainbow? If the name Bai Hong had not been known to outsiders like him, or he would have succeeded in refining in the future, it would be good to use Bai Hong as his real name. The white flower snake had already become enlightened and was overjoyed to hear that, but she was unable to speak for the time being, so she shook her head quickly. Outsiders pointed it out, and it was not her own name. If she used it as her real name, whether there was a taboo on the mountain, would she not be able to get the recognition of heaven and earth, and she would often be punished and struck by lightning. Chen Pingan smiled and looked at the real person Chunyang beside him. Lu Yen stroked his beard and nodded, and said with a smile, "It is not easy to name the monsters in the mountains, neither the real name is too big, it can't bear the blame, the road is too wide, but it is self-obsessed. I don't know where to go, and it shouldn't be too small. It's best to fit in with a landscape. If you don't worry about someone leaking the secret here in Luopa Mountain, and in the end, everyone knows your real name, then it's okay to be called Bai Hong. Chen Pingon cupped his hands and smiled and said, Chen Pingon in Luopa Mountain, I wish fellow Daoist Bai Hong a successful form. Lu Yen clenched the sword with one hand, smiled and said, the rainbow cave is blue in the sky, the yin and yang shines in the sun, the strong man stands up to the sword, and the qi stimulates the white rainbow. Pure Yang Lu Yen, I wish fellow Daoist Bai Hong a successful form refining and a smooth practice. Xia Go, who has been watching from the sidelines, is amazed, a white-flowered snake that is not as good as an ant, with just a few words, he has earned a good fortune. The name Bai Hong came from the boy in Jui who made nonsense, and then went to Chen Pingon to make a bridge, intending to let the Taoist Chunyang come to the boat to give the answer, and finally Lu Yen personally recognized Bai Hong as his real name. This is just like the difference between the talisman and the talisman of the Taoist sect in the Qingming world. A talisman is stamped with a real person's talisman, and its power can be greatly increased. A talisman is in the hands of a judge, like a subordinate in a government office, and a real immortal is like a head of the government that leads the people. Only the decree with the official seal can be promulgated, which is justifiable. In the dark, the real name of this Chiduan mountain white flower snake is just like the real person Chunyang came to call the seal, and Chen Pingon of Luopao Mountain served as the witness, accompanied by the signature flower print, the second. Here, there is a lot of knowledge hidden around, just such a trivial matter. Xia Go can see how much Chen Pingan's mind is, how deep the city is, it's no wonder that in today's wild world, those few Ascension realms who fill the vacancy of the throne are all obsessed with young hidden officials, always thinking that the Confucian Temple and the saints will be able to abduct a yuan from the Qingming world. Why doesn't Bai Zhe simply go directly from the Haoran world? Then Chen Pingon put a sack on it, and then threw it into the fat powder cave. The hero was saddened by the beauty pass, and the raw rice was cooked, but it was not his own family. When Xia Go quietly gathered up that strand of sword energy, the little guy named Ji Qing at this moment sat cross-legged on the back of the white snake, riding a high-headed horse, with an aura of contempt for the world, and could not help but sigh, Xianwei Daoist, you are not a big official, but you have the most rules. You look at our Qin Shanju, how kind and friendly, everything is negotiable. You are a janitor, don't you feel ashamed? Luopao Mountain, the biggest official, is Lord Qin Shan. So the smallest official hat is probably the gatekeeper of Daoist Xianwei. Wei Xian said in an angry voice, what am I ashamed of? The Prime Minister's concierge's third-rank official. The responsibility is not difficult to deal with at ordinary times. Do you want to let the cat and the dog climb the mountain casually? Xianwei looked down at the boy in Jui, and said with a smile, when you are a high-ranking official, you are indeed approachable and amiable on the surface, but it is only because you can't speak harshly with you at all. When you go up a few levels, you will have the opportunity to have more opportunities with Qin Shanju. When you get in touch, you will understand a truth. The boy in Jui is bad. He has already prepared a small account book, but his face is deliberately surprised, and he urged, oh? What a reason, how to say it, what will happen when I become a big official? Xianwei said, you will find that our mountain master is really approachable. The boy in Jui failed to succeed, and gave a thumbs up to the Daoist Xianwei. Xia Go rolled his eyes, I was obedient, and the atmosphere of Luopa Mountain is really good. The left guardian of Qilong Lane, who had been able to cultivate a human form long ago, but refused to do so, followed Pidian by the sable-cap girl. It is afraid of Pei Qian, there are 100 reasons, the past is unbearable. But it naturally got close to this sable-hat girl, but it seemed like something unreasonable. Otherwise, it can't be because the other party's name has the word dog in it. When they came to the top of the mountain, the sable-cap girl saw the two figures beside the railing, so she wanted to get close and talk a little more, mainly the Taoist priest with the Taoist name Chunyang, which made Xiago feel that it was not easy, so I had to ask a question. The matter, whether the other party has been to the Huiyang Palace, is different from the bright moon in each world and blessed land. Later generations of great monks can build long-term dojos. Even 10,000 years ago, there were countless moon households who were able to join the ranks. Among them, only in the round of Great Sun, in the past 10,000 years, no cultivator has dared to say that he is the master, and the realm is as high as the white scene. In the round of Scorching Sun in the wild world, she can still only be regarded as the master. Stay temporarily. This involves an inside story, because even if the sun and the moon are all imitations of a high-ranking god, the latter tends to be more realistic, while the former is more mysterious, with countless numbers outside the sky. But the largest the mystery lies in the fact that all the big suns hanging in the void can lead to the only Huiyang Palace. Even if the old heaven becomes a ruin, this palace still exists and is intact, but it is different from the monks. Going to the same Huiyang Palace, they seem to be automatically diverted, and they go to the river sections located in different time and long rivers. After the real master, I believe that no one wants to see each other. The summer resort in the world, the Guanghan Hall in the sky, the primordial Qi cave was carved out by chaos, and the old dragon monopolized the Shui Jing Palace. The Dragon Palace and the Water Mansion all like to build the Water Palace, the dog festival in the world, and the autumn here is very autumn, so it is praised as a cool country by the Xianjia. And that Danshao Jiangke Huiyang Palace is now said to be one of the imperial families by Taoists. In Xiago's view, it is not nonsense. As for the ancient dragon clan, one of the thresholds for proving the Tao is whether they can go to the Huiyang Palace to listen to the Taoist teaching from the real person. Xiago could see that this Lu Yan was closely related to the ancient Jiaolong. Seeing Xiago moving, Zhumili seemed to be going to the good man's side, so he hurriedly stopped on the road and immediately felt it was inappropriate, so he quickly turned to his side, gently grabbed Xiago's sleeve, lowered his voice, and said anxiously, "Miss Xia, the mountain of good people mainly talks about business affairs with the old immortal Lu. Miss Xia will go later, no rush, just a moment." Xiago shook his hands, then put his arms around his chest, turned his head to look at the little water monster about the size of the white-haired boy. The right guardian is such a powerful official. The grains of millet scratched their faces. Chen Pingan also put his arms around his chest, leaning against the railing, looking at the sable-capped girl who seemed to have a bad memory. Xiao Mo, with a yellow hat, green shoes and green bamboo stick, appeared beside Xiago out of thin air. He first nodded his thanks to Zhenren Chunyang, and then stretched out his hand to hold Xiago's shoulder. Xiago raised his hand and was about to touch the back of Xiao Mo's hand, but Xiao Mo immediately raised his elbow against his cheek. The sable-capped girl was not angry but happy, grinned, tilted her head, and said vaguely, "You come on," implying with the right protector. Millet grinned and nodded vigorously, yes, we are just kidding, ha, Mr. Mo, your Taoist companion, Miss Xia. Her cheeks are flush red, and she is quite tall." Xiao Mo retracted his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. "I don't know how to explain my relationship with Beijing to Xiaomimi." Chen Pingan waved to the millet grains. The millet ran quickly and stood still. Chen Pingan took out the water talisman that was not known for the time being, and said with a smile, "Senior Lu gave it to you. You're welcome, just accept it." With an embarrassed look on his face, Meili bowed to the old fairy Lu and quickly opened the cotton satchel, and carefully invited the talisman into his Zhu Shirtang. "It's amazing, and I have another general under my command." Lu Yan smiled and said, "The name of this talisman is Dragon Gate, which was originally created by Pindao himself. Directly into the Yellow River Xiaodongshan." Xiao Mo smiled, "If this is not a big talisman, there are too few big talismans in the world." Unlimited Zhu's disciples died of hunger. How many white houses came out of Gongqing? Look at Fulu Street and Taoya Lane, there are many high-class children, that is, with Xiaofu Xiaogui is a little bit on the side, so he doesn't look at people directly. He wants to have a limited future, but we mountain owners are different. We have earned a big family business based on our skills, but he is still immobile and young. Lightness, prudence, and boundless blessings. I think I have figured out a truth. There are really smart people in the world. They are dumb and graceful, and they are far-sighted. I have a better eye for picking people. By the way, Xiao Mo, I have been studying diligently recently, and my knowledge has skyrocketed. That Susie writes lyrics is unique, the frame is absolutely irresistible, and he also learns from your son. Put aside the metric for the time being, in the guest's time poetry volume, colored brush inscriptions on tongue leaves, good sentences ask for peace. Xinhua news reigned in the sound, it's New Year's and spring, and there are even more beautiful flowers. If you like it, use it. The word safe is embedded in the poem. Your son will definitely like it when you hear it. At first, Xiao Mo planned to pretend to be deaf and dumb. The more he heard the back, the more awkward it became. He couldn't bear it anymore. He said with a dark face, "How much knowledge are you going to steal from Mr. Zhu?" Xiago Shui scratched his face and said with a dry smile, "There are only so many words. We scholars who copy from the east to the west all borrow knowledge from each other and do not need to return it. How can it be called plagiarism?" A rickety old man with his hands behind his back just walked up the steps with a smile, stopped for a moment, and when he heard Xiago's last words, the old cook immediately retreated, went back to the house, and slipped away. "Xiao Mo, Miss Xia, you two just take care of me, and I'll cook my dishes." Millet with sharp eyes, saw the figure of the old cook, and immediately said goodbye to the good mountain master and Chunyang Daoist, and said hello to Mr. Xiao Mo in the middle, and ran to Zhu Lian all the way, walking down the steps together. He patted the cotton satchel, then put his hand to his mouth, and whispered, "Old cook, there is a treasure." Zhu Lian held back his smile and asked, "What baby, can I eat it?" Millet put her feet together, jumped down the steps, and laughed. "Guess a riddle, walks arrogantly, the demon panics." Zhu Lian suddenly realized, it turned out to be a Pagoda Town demon talisman. Millet grinned and said, "It's different. My name is the Dragon Gate Talisman. Pei Qian can treasure her Pagoda Town demon talisman. It was difficult for me to see each other before. When Pei Qian was a child, it seemed that only when he was in a bad mood would he take out the talisman, put it on his forehead, and play with it." Zhu Lian nodded with a smile. When he was a little black charcoal back then, when he encountered something he was afraid of, he liked to stick a talisman on his forehead to strengthen his courage. Otherwise, he was tired from walking. "I have increased my internal strength by at least 100%. In the words of Pei Qian at that time, I had a house on my forehead, and I was swaggering around the rivers and lakes. How could I be tired? Follow Master's side, climb the mountains and mountains together, and ride the clouds and mists." "Yes, how did you grow up?" Zhu Lian took millet grains to the outside of a house, knocked on the door, and someone in the courtyard was practicing sword stove staking. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhu, right protector." Zhu Lian nodded with a playful expression, "Zhao Xuxia, you will finally worship the true Buddha from tomorrow." Zhao Xuxia was at a loss. Millet's lips moved slightly, reminding Zhao Xuxia of the answer. Because on the way here, the old cook told her that Hao Ren Shan was officially a master, and for the first time in his life, he taught boxing to his disciples in a real sense. Zhao Xuxia instantly became nervous. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Zhao Xuxia, it's right to be nervous. After all, I have been young for 30 years and qualified to learn boxing on the second floor of the bamboo building. There are only 3 people. I believe there will not be many more in the future, maybe even the third one. People are the last person, so cherish them. The 3 learned boxing on the second floor of the bamboo building: Chen Pingan, Pei Qian, and Zhao Xuxia. Chen Pingan and Pei Qian learned boxing from Cui Qing. From tomorrow, Zhao Xuxia will learn boxing with Chen Pingan. On the second floor of the bamboo building, there are 4 pure martial artists in total, teaching boxing and learning boxing, and as a result, there are 3 great masters of the limit. Because Zhu Lian had an intuition, under the Zhao tree in front of him would be the close disciple of the mountain master Chen Pingan in Boxing 1. Sword of Coming Chapter 986. In spring, the trees are blooming like brocade, and flocks of orioles in the mountains rise and fall. Lu Yan smiled and said, as a sect, Luopao Mountain has fewer cultivators. Obviously, there are more than 10 vassal hilltops, and there are few people in the mountains, which is also a miracle. In my impression, on the Beiju Luzhou side, the lying peak of Huolong Jinren is already considered a few immortal Taoists in the Haoran sect. It still has 4 Taoist veins. Ghosts are the deepest in the world. The Taoshan monks are proficient in thunder, and the Baiyun lineage trainers are good at talisman formation. In addition, Yuan Lingdian's Jishuan line belongs to the Daomen Sword Immortal School. Together, the 4 magic lines add up to more than 100. There must be a Taoist priest. On the other hand, Luopao Mountain has never had the kind of large-scale branching and dispersing of ordinary immortal mansions. It may be that when it comes to accepting apprentices, the members of the Patriarch Hall have high thresholds. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Cui Dongshan's Qingping sword sect, the number of people may double in a few years. If there are dates and no dates, we will have 3 poles. Our sect Master Cui has great ambitions and promises that every time he will attend the next sect in the future. Zong, the mighty cross-continent to worship ancestors, must surpass Luopa Mountain in numbers, and must not lose momentum. Later, Lu Yan took the initiative to say that he wanted to pay respects to the incense at Ji Sifeng Patriarch Hall. Although Chen Pingan was a little surprised, it was a pleasant surprise after all, and of course he would not refuse such a good thing. Lu Yan said with a smile that when he was wandering in the Qingming world, he had been fortunate enough to participate in the 3 religion debates several times, and most of them wanted to doze off, but the debate that Wen Xing participated in was the most exciting and refreshing. Gong drilling pot umbrella, chained, teaching, chanting. It's just that they were about to move when a white-haired boy with a book and a chicken span pen hung a sword talisman issued by Longquan Jianzong on his waist and rushed to the wind. Previously, the ancestor of the hidden official allowed her, a handyman disciple, to compile the chronology and record the arrival of distinguished guests, which was also the responsibility of the editor. The mountain patrol envoy of the little water monster inside is the same. Just now, he was on the side of riding Dragon Lane, and this outer demon noticed the vision on the top of the second peak of Luopa Mountain and was shocked. The white-haired boy hurried to the top of the steps of Qilong Lane, staring wide-eyed at Luopao Mountain. Falling to the ground, he performed a qi technique that was secretly passed down from the palace, and saw layers of crimson halos blooming. Even if the white-haired boy was far away in Qilong Alley, just looking at it from a distance, he felt like he was in the middle of several fire dragons. In the circling furnace, after a battle between heaven and man, the white-haired boy still came to Luopa Mountain bravely. Lu Yan glanced at the white-haired boy, and was quite surprised. In that Huaihuang County, there was actually an Ascension Realm Transfiguration demon. Isn't it taboo at the Confucian Temple? However, Lu Yan was soon relieved. The Confucian Temple should have known about this long ago, and chose to turn a blind eye. What's more, Chen Pingan has a senior like Cui Yu to help protect the Dao, and a gentleman like Lao Xiuzai restores the position of the idol in the Confucian temple. Chen Pingan said in his heart, "It's hard to say a word." Lu Yen nodded. "Every family has a heart to recite scripture, so I don't ask any more questions from an outsider." The reason why the Confucian temple side is willing to acquiesce to this is mainly because this outer demon is from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The 3 Confucian leaders and vice presidents, the academy, and many Confucian temples to accompany the sages, may not give face to a young hidden official, but must give face to the eldest sword fairy. After seeing the Taoist Chunyang, the white-haired boy became more and more panicked, as if he jumped into the alchemy furnace and turned around, regretting that he should not come, absolutely should not come. This Taoist priest, I don't know what magical powers he cultivated, was able to naturally defeat the outer demons. Lu Yen had to deliberately gather a Taoist method, condensing it into a grain of true yang, which was entrenched in one of the acupuncture points of life, and ripples appeared on his Taoist robe imperceptibly. The white-haired boy was instantly relieved, and with a stubborn temper, he thanked the real person. Chen Pingan introduced with a smile, "This Master Lu, whose name is Chunyang, was born in our Aquarius continent. Senior Lu, her name is Kong Ho, has not joined Jiaisfeng's genealogy for the time being, and is helping out at Qilong Lane. Now I'm in charge of compiling Shantao's chronology. The main peak of Luopao Mountain is Jiling Peak. The Zushi Hall is built on the side of Jisa Peak, the second peak." Chen Pingan took Lu Yen to Jisa Peak. Xiao Mo, who put a hand on the head of the sable-capped girl, as well as the white-haired boy and Xian Wei, also came here to join in the fun. It was said that it happened to be a grand event, and it was necessary to leave a memorial. The chronology she compiled had to be distinguished from the chronology of ordinary sections. Chen Pingan was at a loss, so he didn't rush to say whether he agreed or not. Writing a chronology is a very serious matter. How can this guy still be a monster? The white-haired boy said that he is actually a deeply hidden landscape painter. It is rare for everyone to gather on the side of Jisa Peak. It is better to use the Zushitang as the background. Everyone stands in line and sits. The chair, anyway, is to leave a famous painting similar to the elegant collection. In this way, the chronology will be vivid. On a certain day of a certain year, the mountain owner and the distinguished guest, the real person Chunyang, were outside the Patriarch's Hall of Jiaisfeng. Xiao Mo, the gatekeeper Xian Wei, etc., are enshrined in a landscape painting scroll. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The chronology with paintings, in addition to the written records, there are illustrations, and they are also painted, right? Is this what you call different?" He has regretted letting this guy compile the chronology of the abbot. Well, before the next meeting of the Ancestors' Hall is officially held, he has to talk to Zhu Lianyuanshu and the others. "I personally recommended you to take up this position, but only the owner of the mountain nodded, no one agreed, all objected, and it was useless." Xia Go gave up pestering Xiao Mo, straightened his sable hat with both hands, patted his cheek, and echoed loudly, "Okay, this is a good idea, I want to stand by Xiao Mo's side." I never thought that. Lu Yen smiled and said, "When I paint a picture in front of a patriarch's hall, it will also be compiled into the chronology. It's the first new thing that Pindao thinks is good." The white-haired boy was grateful, sniffed, and finally met his confidant. "The Taoist priest Chunyang is really nice, no wonder the Taoist cultivation base is so high. First get the 14 realms, and then let Ji Sifeng be the deputy mountain master in name." Chen Pingan had no choice but to follow Kong Hao's message, "But you are the mastermind, so don't even try to run away." The white-haired boy first made the 5 people stand in a row, and walked to the opposite side first, where he was choking on the steps, jumping and humming, and directly saw Chen Pingan's face sullen. "What would you do there?" Seeing the unhappy expression of the ancestor of the hidden official, the white-haired boy hurriedly stood still, his hands sank into his dantian, and he twisted his wrist again, and a figure of a woman with an indistinct figure appeared on the spot, wiping his left hand, spread out a picture. The Snow-White painting scroll, and then lifted the sleeve on the right, holding a colored pen lingering in the color of multicolored glass in the right, and was about to start painting. Chen Pingan's face was expressionless, it was quite the same thing. The owner of the mountain, Chen Pingan, and the guest Lu Yen, stood in the middle together, with Xiao Mo and Xiego, Xianwei and Kong Ho on the left and right. Before the woman with the crayon pen began to write, she carefully looked at everyone's raised heads, her voice was clear, and she said with a smile, "Sir Shanju, don't be stern, give a little smile, it's still not sincere enough, you have to come from the heart. By the way, it is too lazy to put your hands in your sleeves, and it is too arrogant when you put your hands on your sleeves. It is better to stack your hands. Forget it, let your arms hang down naturally. Look at the side, Daoist Chunyang is very good, calm and relaxed, holding the sword on his back, he is indeed immortal. Xianwei Daoist, are you too nervous? Hurry up, wipe the sweat off your forehead, and you want posted on the streets of Huaiwang County, don't be too cautious, take a deep breath, alas, it's much better now. My good Kong Ho, don't laugh so unladylike, close your mouth, do you want to eat people? Thank you dog. Don't put your toes on your toes. Keep your head straight, and don't push yourself into Xiao Mo's arms. The posture of arms around your chest is also good, even if you lower your head a little bit, your nostrils will be turned upside down. Xiao Mo, you don't need to be next to Xiego shoulder to shoulder, but don't push her. This day is the 6th year of Junpei Dali, the 22nd day of the first month. Luo Pao Mountain Jiesfang Zushitang Square. The owner of the mountain, Chen Pingan, has a white jade hairpin on his head, a green shirt, long coat and cloth shoes. The gatekeeper of Luo Pao Mountain, a Taoist priest, wears a cotton robe and treads on cloud shoes, and the Taoist name is Xianwei. Sanxian Lu Yen, the Taoist name is Chunyang. Dedicated to Xiao Mo, yellow hat, green shoes and green bamboo stick, pseudonym unfamiliar, Taoist name Shizhu. The girl in the mink hat, now her pseudonym Xiego, has a long list of Taoist names, Beijing, Chaohua, exterior, Yaoling, etc. The white-haired boy, transformed into a demon, his pseudonym is Kong Ho, his real name is Natural. There are 6 in total, one of them is a warrior of the limit, 4 of the ascension, and a fake Taoist priest of the next 5. When the white-haired boy overlapped with the woman, who put away the crayons, Chen Pingan and Lu Yen went down the mountain together, and Xiao Mo silently followed behind them. The sable-cap girl came to the white-haired boy and winked. The white-haired boy's nose is not nose and eyes, not eyes, well. Xiego stretched out his hand, don't pretend to be stupid with me, Ma Luer, cut it out quickly, it's enough to have me and Xiao Mo on the picture scroll, send me a picture and keep it as a souvenir. The white-haired boy put his arms around his chest and snorted coldly, this kind of landscape painting, in your realm, you can draw whatever you want. Ask me for anything. Xiego's eyes were indifferent for a moment, staring at the white-haired short melon for a moment. Kong Ho tilted his head and stretched his neck, indicating that the other party had the ability to chop here. There is a hidden official ancestor, afraid of you. The Ascension Realm perfect sword cultivator, amazing, oh hey, I really scared a person to death, I'm not a person. The sable-cap girl laughed suddenly, showing a somewhat flattering look for the first time, lowered her head and rubbed her hands, and whispered, how can we be the same, our good sisters, there is nothing we can't negotiate, do you want money? Let's talk, open. Price, how much snow cost? The white-haired boy stretched out his hand and patted his heart, pretending to be horrified, and his words were accurate, I don't know who just wanted to kill someone with their eyes. The corners of Xiego's mouth twitched, and he laughed and said, there are a lot of adults, the Prime Minister can punt a boat in his stomach, and I am a cardamom girl who cares about something. The white-haired boy wants to say something. Xiago turned his head to look at him deliberately, and said to himself, the three of them have gone a little far. The white-haired boy immediately smiled more flatteringly, his face turned into a flower, and he took out a cut-out sketch from his sleeve. The fine brushwork and freehand brushwork blended together, and the sketches were exquisite and old-fashioned. There are only Xiago and Xiao Mo standing side by side, but I don't know when there is a new signature on the painting. After the white-haired boy handed over the painting, he raised his head and said sincerely, Sister Xia, for the mounting, do you need it? Do it for you. Xiago held the scroll, and slapped the white-haired boy on the shoulder with one hand, and said brightly, Kong Ho, I owe you a favor, and I will help you cut people in the future. On the way down the mountain, Chen Pingon asked, Senior Lu, the number of strange people in the Qingming world is relatively vast, how many or few? Lu Yen smiled and said, a strange person. How to define it? So it's hard to say. But if you just talk about the realm, the number of monks on the top of the two mountains in the world is not much different for the time being. It's only temporary. As for changing the sky, a game after the rain falls, the next 100 years will be very chaotic. Some Ascension realms have a great chance to be included in the 14 realms. There are also old and new 14 realms monks who let go of their hands and feet to kill the Ascension realm. As for taking advantage of the time, before the game is decided, seize the opportunity, the old grievances between the Ascension realms will end, or the new feud between you and me will be revived. I believe there will only be more. Originally, the wild world that respects pure freedom the most, because there is one more by Zay, it may be the most stable world. I heard that in the Western Buddhist countries, there are Zen masters who advocate the line of thought, and Buddhist monks who keep strict precepts. The lawyer faction is about to evolve into a situation where the situation is the same. In addition, Tantric Buddhism and Zen Buddhism, as well as Zen Buddhism, have great disagreements about the legal system of a famous monk in history, so that they each compile ancestral genealogy, and they all want to put it together. It is allocated to the genealogy of its own legal lineage, because it directly involves the position of the two prominent Buddhist schools. It is not a trivial matter which side should sit on. There are Buddhist dragon elephants who try their best to blur their boundaries, but the differences are still not small. A few years ago, a monk only dared to take the opinion that the world has been suffering for a long time. From the opinion in the heart to a statement, and it began to gradually circulate among the 14 state officials. Bai Yujing did not seem to deliberately suppress this kind of discussion. There is already a momentum of wildfire. The teacher who sits in Bai Yujing is Yudo himself. Don't worry, no matter what, there are only a handful of people like Pindao 3,000 years ago and 3,000 years later. Approaching the foot of the mountain, Lu Yen said, Chen Shanzhu doesn't need to continue sending. Chen Pingon stopped. Lu Yen smiled and said, flowing water for thousands of years, it turns with the mountains, entering the temple to burn incense, and leaving the mountain gate, you need to practice separately. Chen Pingon nodded and said, 100 years of people down the mountain have 10,000 years of heart, and monks on the mountain often live 100 years and 1,000 years. The so-called practice is only this one. Lu Yen asked, didn't receive an invitation. Chen Pingon said helplessly, even if I am invited, I don't dare to go, and I will not agree to anyone who persuades me. Lu Yen said, this is because you haven't really convinced yourself, so it's not good to say too much. There was a metaphor for the white bone master, which is like fighting in groups and raising Gus. Chen Pingon thought for a moment, it's a good metaphor. Lu Yen bowed his head and said, see you next time, there will be Lord Lao Chin to help protect the Tao. Chen Pingon returned the salute, I must do my best to live up to the expectations of my predecessors. Lu Yen pointed to the top of the mountain with a whisk, fellow Daoist Kong Ho Fong Kai once spoke from his heart and invited Pin Dao to be the deputy mountain owner of your Luopa mountain, and kept saying that it was her own intention, and it had absolutely nothing to do with the mountain owner. It's not like they're in the same line, don't care if there are dates or not, let's try 3 poles first. Chen Pingon smiled awkwardly, so he had to hand over again. How offended, I apologize for Kong Ho and Senior. Lu Yan waved his hand, just get used to it. Chen Pingon asked with his heart, dare to ask the Senior, Lin Jiangxian of the Qingming world, how is his boxing? Lu Yan smiled and said, this Master Lin has extremely high boxing skills and superior swordsmanship. Chen Pingon didn't ask any more questions. Lu Yan said, send a fire talisman, and the opportunity between Pin Dao and Chen Wanchu has come to an end. Fortunately, it is a good start and a good end. As for the fate of the future, I will just go with the fate. Chen Pingon nodded. Lu Yan took back the whisk, looked around, and said, a mountain needs 100 flowers to bloom, don't be silent, and it turns out that everyone learns who is not. 10 steps of vanilla is better than a tree that towers into the sky. Xiao Mo said, Daoist Chunyang, I don't dare to say anything else. This truth is said by Taoist priests for nothing. My son has done the best in this matter. Lu Yan nodded with a smile, Pin Dao is used to being in the market. Before leaving, if he doesn't shake a few words of immortal masters, he always feels that something is wrong. Please forgive me. Xiao Mo smiled and said, then I will also invite Daoist Chunyang to come to Luopao Mountain to be the deputy mountain master. Sincerely, I will never be polite. Lu Yan tooted his tongue in admiration and said, you guys are really powerful, and you can't stand the pure Yang Dao method of Pin Dao. Chen Pingon said with guilt, I'm the one who has been the hand-sucking shopkeeper for too many years. I'm not majestic enough. One by one, I'm too quiet. According to an unwritten rule on the mountain, visiting the mountain and entering the mountain gate, leaving the mountain and exiting the mountain gate, after Lu Yan arrived at the foot of the mountain, he directly performed the contraction. Daifa, 1 step across the small half of Aquarius Island, came to the northernmost Xianjia ferry, raised his eyes to look at Beiju Luzhou in the north, and performed the vision technique. It seemed that he Xiaoliang would not make a move for the time being, so Lu Yan shrank the mountains and rivers again, and came to the sea in an instant, took a closer look, waved the dust, and split the sea at will, setting off a huge wave of hundreds of feet, and the Taoist figure flashed. After passing away, he went to the ruins of a submarine dragon palace that had not yet been found by the true dragon King Zhu. The numerous restrictions were in vain, and the Taoist Chunyang walked in the courtyard, as if he were no one. On the way up the mountain, Xiao Mo reminded in his heart, Master, Xiago has a temperamental temperament. If she stays in Luopao Mountain, she may stab her at any time and place. Why don't I find a way? For pure sword cultivators, especially the wild monster clan, the way of looking at the world outside themselves is actually very simple. It is to carefully consider the combat power, and facing different cultivators, they need to hand out a few swords. In Bai Jing's eyes, even if she is a reclusive master who can't see the depth of Taoism, she is not at all embarrassed. If it was in the wild world, Bai Jing would have even taken the initiative to challenge the sword. Since you can't see the depth of Taoism, then type an answer. Chen Pingon joked, how? What is the method? Do you agree with your body? Xiao Mo, are you a dead man like you, and you still need to sell your color? Xiao Mo hesitated. Chen Pingon said, I know what you think. Follow her a rule similar to the 3rd chapter of the contract, and tell her that if she acts beyond the bounds, you will sacrifice the flying sword of life. Of course you are serious, and Bai Jing will believe you. It's serious, but I don't think it's necessary. It's okay, don't worry about it all the time. Since I promised to let her go back to the mountain, you can relax and just practice the sword well, motherfucker. This by Jing, previously saying that your aptitude is not as good as hers will make me mad a lot, and I guess you have heard it, so Xiao Mo, you must practice hard. Xiao Mo said helplessly, I have never slacked off my cultivation for a while following the young master. Otherwise, it is impossible to find a way to enter the 14 realms, it is just a step too late. Chen Pingan smiled and said, the Taoist ancestor visited the town before and asked me about my views on cultivating Taoism. I once replied with a poem by Su Zi, Danzhou Yunxia and Qianzhang Chao. Danzhou Yunxia Qianzhang Tide. Xiao Mo smiled knowingly. Su Zi is known as the sect of Ci, but this poem is very zen. A scholar talked about this with Dao Zhu, the only person in the world. Chen Pingan learned from his husband's tone, sighed, and complained, don't talk nonsense, it's you who think too much, I don't have such a competitive idea. Chen Pingan explained, the reason why I talk about this is to tell you that love between men and women is often the same way. I think about it, and I can't ask for it. In fact, it's just the Danzhou Yunxia Qianzhang tide in my heart. Hate 1,000 kinds of grievances, how can one word of sorrow be so good, but when it really succeeds, Danzhou Yunxia Qianzhang Chao is still Danzhou Yunxia Qianzhang Chao, but the heart has changed, the wind is moving, the flag is moving, and the heart is just moving. I'm not worried about what Xia Go will do now, I'm just worried that one day you will really like her, and then the situation will be reversed. You said it yourself, Bai Jing's temperament is uncertain, and his love from strong to shallow, then it will be your turn. You've started to pay off your debts, and you have to suffer. I don't want to see you drinking alcohol every day to drown your sorrows, sloppy, like an alcoholic. As for why I'm more tolerant towards Xia Go, I naturally feel that she can still love someone even after 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, in order to be able to meet again, I took the initiative to cross 2 worlds to find this person. An amazing thing. Xiao Mo was silent. Chen Pingan said, Xiao Mo, take 10,000 steps back and say that even if you still don't like her, you should know what to do. Don't just get bored, at least be a little patient with your usual words. Xiao Mo nodded, and suddenly said, young master's reasoning does sound reasonable, but it seems that it is not convincing for you. Young master and Ning girl, from the time you meet and know each other to the time when you miss each other and love each other. No change of heart. Chen Pingan moved very fast and blinked. Xiao Mo was puzzled. Chen Pingan didn't explain anything, just patted Xiao Mo's shoulder, wrapped his sleeves with his hands again, and slowly climbed the mountain. Xiao Mo, it's not without reason that you and Xia Go can make a pair. They have high realm and few ideas. In short, they are simple and easy to deceive. This is called the same thing is not the same. As far as Bai Jing's stubborn temper is concerned, you mustn't be angry with me. One day you will change your mind and like her, and you will like your little Mo even more. The sable-capped girl and the white-haired boy, who had just become friends, squatted on the white jade railing at the edge of the square, stretched their necks together, and listened. The white-haired boy asked curiously, Sister Xia, what did the ancestor of the hidden officer talk about with your man? Xia Go rubbed his sable hat, the heartfelt words between the 2 big men are mostly scolding me, so I'm sincere, but am moved by listening to them. The white-haired boy was very curious, what are we talking about, let's talk about it. Xia Go suddenly said, I don't stand or sit, I just squat, my posture is indecent, and it looks like I'm squatting in a dung pit. The white-haired boy laughed. Xia Go had a whim, Kong Ho, let's form a small gang, for example, let's pull the left guardian-law into the gang first. Isn't the official title and title given casually? The white-haired boy frowned, Xia Fingguan, there is no gold content, it seems difficult to convince the public. And there are only so many people in Luopa Mountain, it is difficult to deceive people into the pit. Alas, if I knew I had promised the ancestor of the hidden official, go to Tong Yizhou to fool a few new faces who don't know the details. Xiago nodded. Then don't worry, to build a great success and become a great businessman, you must have a long-term plan, make a long-term plan, and make an appointment later. Let's discuss it carefully. There, Xiao Mo found that the young master took out the sword-raising gourd again, took a sip of wine, and looked gloomy. Chen Pingan said, Xiao Mo, you said that in the future, for example, in 100 years, 200 years, or even longer, Luopao Mountain will also have a scale of hundreds or even thousands of people. If we look back at today, will we feel somewhat unfamiliar? Xiao Mo smiled and said, probably yes, probably not. Chen Pingan laughed angrily. Idlers don't have back pain when they stand and talk. After that, Xiao went back to the house to practice his sword, and Chen Pingan went to the bamboo building, and continued to struggle with how to write the preface of a certain boxing manual. With the shaking mountain fist manual in front of Zhuyu, Chen Pingan had been having a headache all the time. He sat at the desk for a long time in a daze, and simply went to read. Silent night. Chen Pingan opened the door, stepped on the green bricks laid on the ground with Cui Dongshan, and walked back and forth in 6 steps. Going back to the house again, taking off his cloth shoes, he didn't want to do anything, so he fell asleep. How could Chen Pingan be selfish? He is so serious about Chao Yin and Chao Yang's teaching boxing. Zhao Shuxia is a direct disciple who has entered the ancestral hall. Naturally, he will only be more attentive. So Chen Pingan asked Zhao Shuxia to move from Qilong Lane to Luopao Mountain. In the end, the place where the boxing will be taught will be placed on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building. Ever since he drank the apprentice tea and officially accepted Zhao Shuxia as his heir, Chen Pingan has been thinking seriously about how to teach boxing. Wanting to make up a boxing score by yourself is just one part of it. What kind of boxing is taught? It is to continue to teach Shanshan boxing, as well as some school dragons who learn to grow Kiazujia, or Zhu Lian's boxing pole, Wang Ting's white 8-back swordsmanship, which evolved from the 6 paintings of Yunkatang in Pushan. The new frame of Xian Rentu, coupled with the boxing manual donated by Kong Ho, helps Zhao Shuxia to walk from low to high, gather the strengths of hundreds of schools, and integrate well. Lu Jing continued to work on his physique. Or should he directly teach Zhao Shuxia the gods and drums, Chen Pingan's own boxing, swordsmanship, etc.? What's more, how to teach specifically, Chen Pingan is a pressure, how much pressure? Or don't press the boundary, just like feeding the knife sharpener Lu Zong on the ferry boat with the deer title. Is it to choose the tops of vassal mountains such as Huanghu Mountain and Huimeng Mountain, and learn from the Yunzhan Mountain of Qingping Sword Sect, starting with Zhao Shuxia, which is specially used to cultivate pure martial arts, and then form a rule for martial arts to learn boxing? Or choose to be on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building? If the location is finally chosen at Bamboo Tower, is it to inherit some unwritten tradition and teach boxing in the way of the predecessor Cui Qing, or Chen Pingan to try it according to his own method? If both are compatible, then the proportion of each is the most suitable for Zhao Shuxia. These are all very real issues before Chen Pingan. As a master, he must know what he needs to know first. Officially teaching boxing to his disciples, Chen Pingan has been reconsidering these days, overturning one idea after another, but just by taking this opportunity, Chen Pingan also made a review of his martial arts career. This morning, the genius was shining brightly. Chen Pingan was sitting alone at the stone table by the cliff. Not long after, Nguanshu came here with the millet grains. Wooden hangers. Chen Pingan was entertained, stood up, and asked with a smile, "What are you doing?" Zhou Miliv laughed and said, "Sister Nguanshu said, this time, when I go home, the good man will stay in the mountains for a long time. As soon as we got together last night, we decided to take care of it. Chen Pingan joked, is such a hanger brought here? It looks like the craftsmanship of an old cook. Wouldn't you be the one who urged him to rush to work overnight? Millet quickly pursed her lips. Nuanshu nodded and smiled. I asked Mr. Zhu to help. Millet Grains immediately said, together. In fact, it was her bad idea last night. Sister Nuanshu wanted to talk about it in the morning, but she couldn't stand her scolding, so she went to knock on the door in the middle of the night. Alas, I am still not strong enough, no wonder Pei Qian is the chief helmsman. Nuanshu explained, Mr. Zhu said that the current status of the master requires frequent hospitality. It's not that we need to watch people serve dishes, or there are some half-baked fairy masters who can climb mountains. I sincerely admire the master, and the master clearly looks like this. Handsome, first-class immortal demeanor, always wearing a green shirt and long coat, which is inevitably boring, and occasionally changing into different clothes and robes, not to mention how surprised outsiders are, it can also make us seductive and refreshing. Xiaomi and I both feel that Mr. Zhu is right. Millet nodded vigorously, yes, the old cook can express our heart in a few words. Nuanshu's eyes shone brightly. After setting up the hanger, Zhou Mili squatted on the ground and looked left and right, saying that it was not bad at all. The girl in the pink skirt hurriedly opened the 2 packages and took out a whole set of clothes. Obviously, she had already made a draft, and took the initiative to ask the master for the blue gauze robe. Chen Pingan originally wanted to say that it can be pulled down. Seeing that Nuanshu and Xiaomi Mi have such an attitude, he had no choice but to hold his nose and not express his opinion. He silently took out the blue gauze robe from the object close by and handed it to Nuanshu. Nuanshu was busy, carefully selecting the neatly folded clothes from the package held by the millet grains in both hands, while smiling and saying that they must be well matched. Last night, Mr. Zhu said, wait, the old man dressed like this. When he turned back, Zhu Lian personally made a gold crown that was not tacky. At that time, the master didn't care whether he was holding a white jade Ganoderma lucidum or a whisk, and then put on the slippery cloud shoes woven by Xiaomo. Oh, Mi Jianxian saw it. You have to be ashamed of yourself, just hate that you are not a daughter. Chen Pingan was silent. If the old cook came here to watch the fun, he could go directly to the second floor to learn from each other. In addition to the hangers, Nuanshu and Millet also brought some spare items that were very attentive. For example, I went to the bamboo building to hang a string of bells under the eaves, and brought a celadon vase with a freshly broken plum blossom inserted. Chen Pingan joked, it is easy to change from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to change from luxury to frugality. Nuanshu smiled and said, Master, you don't need to worry about this. The millet grains are next to the chickens pecking at the rice. Chen Pingan laughed dumbly, and sat in the bamboo corridor outside the door. He had nothing to do, so he asked Xiaoli to help bring the small bamboo basket, which was full of invitations of various colors. Most of them came from Aquarius continent and Beijulu continent. For example, the emperor of Shihao kingdom went to himself to reminisce. There are also several letters from outside the 2 continents, which are quite unexpected, including an invitation from an overseas female ship owner from Fuzhou. On Cui Dongshan's side, the expansion rate will be very fast, because it is completely different from Luopeishan style. Cui Dongshan admits that Qingping sword sect will open its doors and accept disciples, and several dynasties including the Kuan-Yaos have begun to connect. Now, within their respective countries, as long as there are sword cultivators, there are several counts. If you give people and then pay, I will help you cultivate them in Xiandu Mountain. Not long ago, a secret letter was sent from Chao Feng of Yunjian Mountain, saying that the Yuan dynasty, which had been divided into 3 parts, was about to be reunited, and Yuan Li and Yuan Mi, who had established themselves as emperors, were willing to surrender themselves as vassal kings. Respect Yuaning as the emperor. Besides Wang Manmang and Qian Hoer, they both admire you so much, sir, that they can't drive them away, so they have to cry and shout to join our Qingping sword sect. As for that martial artist, Hong Cho is not bad. Now, the small bet on I Ching failed to make money, so he simply gambled on the big one, and joined the Emperor Yuaning. The hero gambled his life to report the emperor. It's just in this letter that our sect master Cui started beating around the bush to ask how Zhao Luan's practice was going. Chen Pingan looked at the invitation letters. The grains of millet lie in the corridor, holding their cheeks in their hands, carefully counting the passages outside the cliff. The white clouds on the road, today's fog and heavy clouds are fat, and there is a big lump, it is the sea of clouds. Nuanshu tugged at the sleeves of the millet grains, and the millet grains immediately understood, rolled, and then a carp kicked up, jumped up and stood still. Good mountain master, I have to go on a mountain tour. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded, go ahead. Putting all the letters and invitations back into the small basket, Chen Pingan stood up, walked to the cliff again, saw the sunrise and the sea of clouds, stood up, came to Zhao Shuxia's house on the mountain, knocked on the door, and was practicing walking. Zhao Shuxia still called Mr. Chen habitually, but Chen Pingan didn't care. Hearing that he was going to take himself to the second floor of the bamboo building, Zhao Shuxia looked complicated, nodded his head, and followed silently. Now Zhao Shuxia's martial arts realm is the bottleneck of the four realms, and it is also a four-realm martial artist. Because Chen Pingan sent a copy of swordsmanship, so Zhao Shuxia will also study swordsmanship in addition to practicing boxing over the years. Chen Pingan said, Cui Dongshan wants to accept Zhao Luan as a direct disciple, what do you think? Zhao Luan's aptitude for Taoism, Cui Dongshan, has been coveted for a long time, and really wants to accept her as his heir. Cui Dongshan spoke highly of her, saying that even if it can't compare to a well-deserved, natural talent like Chai Wu, my family's Luan can be regarded as a veritable, earth material. Any sect in Haoran world is a sweet pastry worthy of careful cultivation. Chen Pingan still planned to ask Zhao Luan what she meant first. If she chose to stay with Luopa Mountain, of course she would not delay her cultivation, but the cultivation path given by Cui Dongshan would indeed make her go faster. And it's not the kind of shortcut that encourages growth, so there will be no hidden dangers. To tell the truth, it's okay to teach boxing, and to instruct others to practice. Chen Pingan really lacks confidence. In order to convince her husband to agree to this matter, Cui Dongshan swore and assured that everything was ready for Zhao Luan to form a golden pill, and she just waited for Zhao Luan to arrive at Wuchaofeng in Yunzhan Mountain. In retreat, he, the master, came to protect the retreat in person. At the same time, Cui Dongshan also hinted that his husband, the next peak master position of Wuchaofeng, naturally would not let the fat and water flow to outsiders. Going further, it is also possible to think about it when he was promoted and transferred to the mountain owner of Jimyo Mountain. Qingping Sword Sect 3 Mountains, Xianda Mountain is the dojo for sword cultivators, and Yunzhan Mountain is run by pure warriors. This is the ancestral example of the sect established by Cui Dongshan himself. It was arranged at Mount Qimiao, the main peak Jingxingfeng, the first peak owner Chao Qingqing, as Cui Dongshan's junior and junior, just because he was the next suzerain, so it really doesn't make much sense whether Chao Qingming is the mountain owner of Qimiao Mountain, might as well make room for someone else. Cui Dongshan patted his chest and promised that in the future, if Zhao Luan formed a pill, if there was no second-grade weather, the gentleman would just come to Qingping Jianzong Xingshi to ask his guilt, and take me as a question. Chen Pingan doesn't even bother to talk nonsense with him. He is your direct disciple. Even if Zhao Luan doesn't have a second-grade pill, what else can I say? To say shameless, it is Cui Dongshan who is more talented as a student. The dog lifts the curtain with his mouth. Zhao Shuxia said, I guess Luan Luan might not be willing to go to Qingping Sword sect to practice, but she always listened to Mr. Qin. If Mr. Qin suggested her to go there, I think Luan Luan would agree. Sect Master Cui is highly regarded and becomes a direct disciple, and I am also happy for her. Zhao Luan is now a chi practitioner in the Dragon Gate realm, and his cultivation is smooth, with almost no barriers. For realm warriors, and the current bottleneck is difficult to break. Chen Pingan said, "Time flies so fast, under the tree, after the new year. You are 36 years old this year, right? I remember that the first time we met was in the city of Rouge County, Zai Country." Zhao Shuxia was still a thin boy with a hatchet. Zhao Shuxia grinned and said, "Mr. Chen remembers correctly, it's 30 out of 6. Chen Pingan smiled and joked, "I'm not too young, and I've traveled all over the world, but I haven't met the girl I like." "Is it something you like, but you despise you, and if you like you, you don't despise it? Don't you just drag it?" Zhao Shuxia said with a face, "I never thought about it." Chen Pingan laughed at himself, don't mention this, after all, the matter of urging marriage is disliked by dogs. If you can't be a master for a few days, you can put on the air of the most unpleasant elder. As the direct disciple of Chen Pingan, there are currently 5 people, Cui Dongshan, Pei Qian, Chao Qingqing, Zhao Shuxia, and Guozhuzhou. Cui Dongshan is already the master of the next sect, and Pei Qian is even more famous as a martial artist of the world. Chao Qingqing is a first-class reading seed, the second-ranked person in the imperial examination of Dali, and now she is also a golden elixir, and has just become the leader of Jingxingfang's first peak. Guozhuzhou came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Jindan Jinshu, and he was born in the Summer Palace lineage. He was a leader among the younger generation of Jinshu in his hometown. It seems that only Zhao Shuxia is the only one who has no name. Not only does he have no deeds worth talking about now, but in the future, the gap between him and those fellow students will only get bigger and bigger. Zhao Shuxia also imagined his own future, maybe in another 20 or 30 years, he is at most a martial artist with a golden body, maybe not at all, and his realm is only stagnant in the 6th realm for a long time. Therefore, before Luopeishan became a sect, Mr. Chen suddenly accepted him as a direct descendant and entered the genealogy of Jiaisfang Patriarch Hall. The most surprising thing was none other than Zhao Shuxia himself. Since Mr. Chen often travels far and wide, Mr. Zhu has put a lot of effort into learning boxing. It's just that every breakthrough under Zhao Shu is far away from the strongest word that can earn martial arts. In Zhao Shuxia's house, there is a plaque in the study, which was handwritten by Chen Pingan. Real fast. Probably this is Chen Pingan's greatest expectation for Zhao Shuxia. Chen Pingan led Zhao Shuxia, one after the other, up the stairs of the bamboo building. Chen Pingan walked slowly and said slowly, "Under the tree, in my opinion, a person has 2 extremely valuable talents, the one that is visible is talent, and the one that is invisible is hard work. Zhao Luan is the former, you belonging to the latter. Of course, it does not mean that Zhao Luan does not practice hard, nor does it mean that you have no talent at all. If you can become a martial artist of the 4 realms, it is already considered as entering the room, and the fist is in your body. It is the dream of many martial arts practitioners. Maybe outside the mountains, if you are just a person in the rivers and lakes, you can't be arrogant and have eyes higher than the top, but Luopao Mountain is special. I have to make you not belittle yourself and be too self-denial. Pei Qian is Pei Qian, Zhao Shu is Zhao Shu. Next, practice boxing first for oneself, and after asking others about the boxing score, the order here can't be wrong." Speaking of this, Chen Pingan joked, "Master is too good, and sister is too strong. Sometimes, it is also a burden." Zhao Shuxia hummed. Truly an honest man. When he came to the corridor on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building, Chen Pingan did not rush to open the door. It's just that when we work hard for something, it can be seen for a long time, but it is easy to be ignored, because neither the hardworking nor the bystanders think it is a talent. I've always felt that if you don't grit your teeth and really work hard, you're not qualified to talk about talent. Look for a path, and then you can get in there without distraction. In the right direction, persevere, keep your feet on the ground, and suddenly look up. You can't see your back at this moment. The people walking in front of you are geniuses. Losing to them is a fate. If you complain again, you can blame the gods, not blame yourself. Eat well, clothe yourself, sleep peacefully, with a clear conscience. Knowing the gap between yourself and those geniuses is the reward after hard work. Don't feel useless. This will be very useful for your future martial arts and life. Because on the road of martial arts, Chao Ci and I are roughly like this. Zhao Xuxia hesitated for a while, but decided to tell the truth. Master, not everyone can chase after Chao Ci and see Chao Ci's back all the time. Chen Pingan nodded with a smile, very pleased, very good. First the student Chao Qingqing, and then the apprentice Zhao Xuxia, who would dare to say that the atmosphere of my Luopa mountain is not right? Chen Pingan said, under the tree, have you ever thought that there might be someone like Chao Ci on our life path? Zhao Xuxia nodded and said solemnly, understood. Chen Pingan asked, under the tree, what do you think is Pei Qian's greatest advantage as a senior sister, or what do you want to learn from her the most? Zhao Xuxia said without hesitation, senior sister can endure the hardships and has her own ideas. In these 2 points, senior sister is very similar to master. For example, Pei Qian learned boxing here for a period of time, and she used to jump off the cliff every day. Ask Boxing Earth. This kind of thing. Zhao Xuxia admits that even if he practices boxing for another 100 years, he can't think of it. Therefore, Zhao Xuxia never felt that senior sister Pei could have today's martial arts achievements just because of her talent in boxing. Chen Pingan stood in the corridor, leaning against the railing, looking into the distance, and said with a smile, I'll tell you something from my heart that I've never said to outsiders. Actually, I've always had a wish. Zhao Xuxia looked serious and waited for the next paragraph. Chen Pingan suddenly changed his mind and said with a smile, I'll say this later, I have to say it behind closed doors. A mighty world, the Duan dynasty in the Middle Earth, the female martial god Pei Cup, his disciples are Chao Ci, and 3 direct descendants including Ma Zuanxian. In the world of Qingming, Lin Zhongxian, who is respected as Master Lin, besides being the first person in martial arts in the world, he heard that he is also very skilled in teaching boxing. On Luopao Mountain, Chen Pingan and Pei Qian also have both master and apprenticeships. But Luopao Mountain still has Zhu Lian. There is Xing Dafeng who is now in the colorful world. There is still kind of autumn, Wei Xian, Lu Baixiang. The younger generation also includes Cin Yuanji, Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai, and Zhou Junqin. As for the wild world, because the big monks are too arrogant, pure warriors have never been in a good mood. Even if they are able to reach the limit, they will either become vassals or be killed by monks. There are almost no masters who can be called true in the wild world. Stand on your own, stand tall. Therefore, several worlds have quietly formed the prototype of the fist divided into 3 veins pattern. Zhao Xuxia was still upright in the end, and subconsciously changed his name and said, Mr. Qin, regarding the future achievements of martial arts, Mr. Zhu told me some predictions in the early years. He said that in my life, if I hadn't met Mr. Qin, would be extremely it is possible that there is a 3-level difference with senior sister Pei, and I think this should be the truth. It turns out that Zhu Lian did have a heart-to-heart relationship with Zhao Xuxia. If you have never met a mountain master, you may have been practicing martial arts all your life and then working hard, luckily, and you were not beaten to death on the rivers and lakes. To become the top expert of a small country, and to call the wind and call the rain in a river and lake the size of a pond, is the best result. When you enter Luo Pao Mountain to learn boxing, it is tantamount to opening the sky and the earth. Tour. If one day, you are fortunate enough to become the direct disciple of our mountain master, then you will have the hope of becoming one of the 9 realms in this life. Look up at the sky. Chen Pingon smiled and said, the old cook is a far-flung person. He knows a lot and can't judge people. A rickety old man with his hands behind his back was walking on the path and was about to turn into the bamboo building. He coughed a few times, but he had to turn back the same way, not going to make fun of himself. Zhao Xuxia heard the coughing sound, and was immediately embarrassed. He had great respect for Zhu Lian. Chen Pingon continued, on the Zhulu side, first help you lay a solid foundation, and then I will go to Yunzhou side, in a place called Yenzhou Fu Suian County, to be a school teacher. You will follow him when the time comes. I will go there together, and I will settle down there, and I will guide you in your practice at any time. As the Taiku River in the upper reaches of Baihu River, the shrine is called Jixiang Temple, similar to the family temple of Xiang Mansion. Hundreds of miles of water in the Taikuan River have now been allocated to the Baihu River Waterhouse, the Dali Imperial Court Rights, the Piyun Mountain Beiyue Mountain Monarch House, and the Huang Tinghua Imperial Court, all of which have been recorded separately. Because of the merger of Taikuan River, the water goddess of Baihu River in Kana, Xiao Wan was able to take advantage of the situation to upgrade to the level of god, which is already equal to the rank of the water of Hanxi River. And Gaozhou, who was transferred from the Taiku River, was also promoted to 1 rank, because there was a big river in Yunzhou, which allowed Gaozhou to build a temple and reshape the golden statues. The key is Wuxi as the source. Hides the ruins of the ancient Shulong Palace that was just discovered by the Dali court not long ago. The creek is similar to the Longshu River, and there is a stone arch bridge with a similar regulation, named Wanyan Bridge. Of course, no ancient swords were hung. It is said that in Suian County, when there is no rain for a long time, there is a custom of the old man going up the mountain and shouting for the rain. Chen Pingon took out the key to open the bamboo door on the 2nd floor, turned and sat on the ground, taking off his cloth shoes. Zhao Xuxia sat aside and did the same. Chen Pingon, who was sitting barefoot at the door, slowly rolled up his sleeves and said, Senior Cui, who was the first to teach boxing here, was the pinnacle of the 1st floor, and he even stepped into the 11th realm with 1 foot. Your senior sister, I don't dare to say when you will become a god, but I believe it won't be too long to become a god. As for myself, it's not easy to want to be a god, but it's not an extravagant hope. Chen Pingon raised his hand and stretched out 4 fingers. The old saying always says that there are only 3 things, not only that some things should not happen 4 times in a row, but also that things can happen again and again, and it is difficult to get 4. I don't have high expectations. It must be a lie, you can foolishly believe it, but I can't say it myself. I certainly hope that Zhao Xuxia, who can learn boxing here, will one day be able to follow Cui Qing, Chen Pingon, and Pei Qian. The 4th stop warrior, so, the bamboo tower warriors are all stop. Chen Pingon turned to look at Zhao Xuxia and smiled, so the only problem now is you. Zhao Xu straightened his back, his body tense, but his mind was already blank. Chen Pingon asked with a smile, Don't say you've done it, don't you dare to think about it. Zhao Xuxia nodded with a face. Zhao Xuxia, you have to dare to think. Chen Pingon said, This is the first punch you will learn from Chen Pingon from today, before you officially enter the house. Chen Pingon stood up and said, Things that you can't even think about can't be achieved. In this world, you should say I can't to yourself. Taoism emphasizes meditation, sitting and forgetting. Xinzhai is alone all the time. Buddhists say that when you sit in meditation facing the wall, you have to sit on the futon and break the wall. Even if the way forward is blocked, you will clear the way with fists. Zhao Shuxia, you are different from me, you are just a pure martial artist, and I am Wufu is also a cultivator on the mountain. Wufu's lifespan is limited after all. I hope that you will be old and can't deliver a punch. Even if you haven't reached the end, you must have a clear conscience. Come on, ask yourself, dare to say, I am Zhao Shuxia in this life, I have practiced martial arts and boxing, and I have never been worthy of the word pure. Come in. Chen Pingan turned around and strode into the house, and said solemnly, close the door again. Zhao Shuxia followed Chen Pingan into the house, then turned around and closed the bamboo door. If it wasn't for the reminder from Zhu Lian and Zhou Mili yesterday, perhaps Zhao Shuxia would not have realized the true meaning of the word, closed door, when Master said it at this moment. From this moment on, Zhao Shuxia, the skinny boy with a hatchet in the past, is the close disciple of Master Chen Pingan on the road of martial arts. Chen Pingan stood in a position in the house. Zhao Shuxia stood opposite Chen Pingan, which was almost where Chen Pingan and Pei Qian stood. Chen Pingan smiled and said, close the door, and I can say that. I want to make the world, not just the vast world, the world's warriors see this bamboo tower as if they saw the Patriarch's Hall. Sword of Coming Chapter 987. Practicing martial arts and cultivating Taoism, in fact, the boundaries between the two are not as clear as we imagined. I even have a guess that can't be verified for the time being. Every cultivator on the mountain is a natural warrior with a golden body. To learn boxing, you must first understand yourself. Zhao Shuxia, let's start with the simplest breathing. It's like looking down at the mountains and rivers from a cactus. Chen Pingan did not teach Zhao Shuxia the boxing tricks, nor did he rush to feed Zhao Shuxia, but left 7 maps of human acupuncture points in the bamboo building, corresponding to Chen Ping's own martial arts from 3 to 9. The different scenes of the human body and the small world, the flesh and bones are deliberately erased from the portrait, and only the acupuncture points and meridians are left, which are at the same height as people. As for the acupuncture and moxibustion wooden figurines in the market pharmacy, it is naturally even more incomparable. The 7 pictures, with different acupoints, are dotted with light and flickering, and the colors are different, reflecting the whole bamboo house. The bright star map in Taishu. With every breath of Chen Pingan, in the 7 portraits, the 7 stars in the heaven and earth, like the Milky Way upside down, the white rainbow in the sky, the stars pulling and rotating each other, and many other visions grow. Each portrait is like a colorful astrological formation. The lower the realm of Chen Pingan, the faster the breathing and the shorter the interval, so the changes in the star map are greater, as if the whole world is expanding and shrinking following a person's every breath. The cycle seems to be endless. The higher the realm, the more stable the star map world, but once you take a closer look, you will find that it is actually the opposite. After Chen Pingan put his hands together, he slowly said, these body acupuncture points are clearly recorded in the medical books of the world and the Taoist books of various schools, and are regarded as the key Qi palaces. Apart from those with different names and the same acupuncture points, I will collect and summarize them. After so many years, I think the error will not be too big. In fact, there are only about 700. If you add various secret traditions of various sects and find the secret realm by accident, I will pass the Summer Palace secret files and Confucian Temple. The Gongdalan records have added nearly 100 acupuncture points that seem to be forgotten in the ruins. Some of them are indeed recognized as tasteless Qi houses. After repeated verification, they were gradually abandoned by Qi practitioners, but many acupuncture points, Qi practitioners I wanted to open a mansion, but the threshold was too high, so I was neglected and lost. In addition, someone once borrowed a 14-level Taoist method from me temporarily, and there were a lot more. In the seventh picture, there are a total of more than 150 acupuncture points. Therefore, a martial artist is pure infuriating, and the walking path is longer, so it can affect more people's natural energy, blending into fist intent, and punching naturally becomes heavier. Back then, in Mud Bottle Lane, Chen Pingan had just obtained the Shaking Mountain Fist Manual. Song Jisun and his maid Jigue left Liju Cave and lost a bunch of keys to him. In the end, Chen Pingan was in the kitchen next door. It was found that a split wooden figure was left, engraved with acupuncture points and meridians. For Chen Pingan at the beginning of learning boxing, the boxing manual was a way to hang his life, so this was put together again by Chen Pingan. The wooden man is a hatchet, a mountain axe. In fact, at that time, Chen Pingan knew that Jigue did it on purpose, because she knew very well that if it was a complete wooden figurine, Chen Pingan would definitely not pick it up and walk away, and maybe he wouldn't take a second look. With Chen Ping's fascination with money and thrift, he would definitely be willing to move back to his ancestral house next door, cooperate with a tattered boxing manual that he regarded as a standard, and study the knowledge carefully. This incident, the former servant girl Jigue of the Clay Bottle Alley, and the later Donghai Sea King Zhenlong Wangzhu, met Chen Pingan several times. She never mentioned a sentence or a sentence. She had long forgotten. But Chen Pingan always kept it in his heart. Chen Pingan asked, "How much do you remember?" Zhao Shuxia closed his eyes and opened them again, and said, "I can roughly remember the locations of more than 700 acupuncture points." Chen Pingan nodded. Suddenly a probing arm, lightning shot, palm lightly against Zhao Shuxia's neck, and with a casual shake, Zhao Shuxia slid out of a circle in the bamboo house, and waited until Zhao Shuxia just returned to the original position. I was horrified to find that on this circle, there were dozens of astrological maps of Zhao Shuxia. Chen Pingan glanced casually and looked at the copies of the human world and Qi machine under Zhao Shuxia. Chen Pingan nodded for no reason, and said with a smile, "This is the right way to teach boxing, and I have more confidence. Teaching an apprentice like Zhao Shuxia will give you a sense of accomplishment." Chen Pingan put his fingers together, pointed at one of the constellations, and pointed at a very fast speed. In an instant, 300 or 400 acupoint names were marked, all of which were the paths that Zhao Shu's next mouth of Wufu Zhenqi, Fire Dragon Walks Water, passed by. The mansion is like accurately drawing a map of the map, and then let Zhao Shuxia hold his breath and try to walk in 6 steps. After that, Chen Pingan copied another map of map, waved his sleeve, and the 2 star maps overlapped in unity. Chen Pingan said, "You can take a closer look at the difference between the two. First observe a stick of incense sticks, and then take a 6-step walk. If there is no obvious improvement, I can let the old cook prepare the herbs and buckets." After a stick of incense, Zhao Shu lay on the ground and passed out. Chen Pingan shouted, "Zhu Lian, start work." The rickety old man immediately shouted loudly, "Come here, it's ready." Zhu Lian came to the 2nd floor of the bamboo building, looked at Zhao Shuxia, who was neither covered in blood nor twitching, and sighed, "Young master is still a kind-hearted man." Chen Pingan carried Zhao Shuxia down the 2nd floor, went to the house of the closed disciple, and explained, "The heartstrings are always tense under the tree. Today is not suitable for teaching more boxing. Take your time. You say I should blame who?" Who in the end let Zhao Shuxia know the meaning of the word, closed the door early. Zhu Lian immediately exposed himself. "I must blame me for revealing the secret ahead of time." Chen Pingan was speechless for a while. Zhu Lian laughed softly, "Young master, forget it today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. There is no time when you are not half dead when you really practice boxing. It stands to reason that if it was replaced by Cui Qing, Zhao Shuxia would not be able to die for 7 or 8 times, fainted and then woke up, and then fainted and died. Zhao Shuxia would definitely not be able to get out of the bamboo house." However, in Zhu Lian's view, if Xiao Shuxia, as a close disciple of Qin Pingan, could really follow Cui Qing, who was 2 generations apart, to learn boxing, it would not necessarily be such a bleak situation. Qin Pingan nodded. For a while, I really can't be ruthless, so I'm also adjusting my mentality. Zhu Lian sighed softly. When the young master learned boxing, only Nuan Shu and Qin Lingjun knew the specific situation, but after Pei Qian learned boxing, Zhu Lian watched it from the beginning to the end, not talking about the second floor. How much suffering has been suffered? I only said that Xiao Haiden often lowered her head to eat, and when she raised her head again, her eyes and ears were oozing blood. What to look at? Look at a ghost, eat. It is estimated that if the young master saw these scenes with his own eyes, he would be heartbroken, not to mention distressed, and he would definitely go to Zhulu to fight with Cui Qing. Qin Pingan suddenly asked, "When are you going to ask me about boxing? Give me a time and place." Zhu Lian rubbed his hands together and smiled. "If you don't take the initiative to ask, I won't be ashamed to mention it." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Why are you being polite to me? I won't be polite to you when you ask about Quan." The implication is that Qin Pingan will never be overwhelmed. After all, Zhu Lian is a mountain top that is only 1 layer of window paper away from the end. Note 1. Zhu Lian thought for a while, then choose this winter, choose a heavy snow season, and the location will be the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom in Lotus Root Blessed Land. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Yes." Coincidentally, Luo Peishan received a letter from Feijin, and the Fanma Dragon Boat and Fengyuan Ferry would arrive at Nujiadu within a day, but it took about an hour. In addition to the millet grains, Qin Pingan also called Hongxia and Yunzi, and Cui Huahuan who rode on Longxiang. All of them will follow Fengyuan Ferry to Beiju Luzhou, and they will cross the continent to Pimazong on the Beach of Bones first. Then along the southeast coastal route, stop at Chunlupu, and then go along Jidu to the ferry under the Yunshao Palace of the Chongxian Department in the middle, and go south to Yanshangcheng. Although it is a long trip by ferry, it can be considered a visit. It's half the size of Beiju Luzhou, just like it doesn't matter at the moment. Yunzi and the girl Cui Huahuan are quite happy. As for the latter, there is more joy. Of course, there will be a reunion soon, seeing the long-lost man again. The eldest brother who reunited and recognized his relatives is now the head of the clan. She, who is a younger sister, wakes up laughing when she sleeps recently. There was still some time before the dragon boat ferry docked. Qin Pingan and his party went to visit their store. Millet and the female cultivators were very familiar with each other, and they greeted each other warmly. Baozhai has left a lot of buildings on the Niujiao mountainside, which cost a lot of jade and wood from the fairy family. If it works well, the result is like digging a well and running halfway. It is no wonder that the old patriarch Zhang Ji deliberately took him on a trip to Xianda Mountain and drank tea at King Shandu. Self-cultivation and self-cultivation, Wushou's Taoism couldn't be relieved. Today, only less than 1/3 of the shops are open for business. In addition to the various mountain grasses cultivated in the Spring Dew Garden, there are also precious orchids similar to the orchid house. The old cook specially compiled an orchid spectrum for this purpose. Heard that books sell better than orchids. In addition, there are all kinds of antique calligraphy and paintings, miscellaneous utensils, and the prices are not low, but the shop can guarantee that they are all genuine, and there are a lot of treasures that Ma Di carefully collected, all of which are stored here for sale. The deducted financial fan has smashed all the savings into it, and there have been many leaks and holes. Overall, he still made a lot of money. Just like Qin Pingan, who had seen Liu Xia, Guanqing, and Bai Ke, the female cultivators of Zhuchai Island, almost all of Lu Chongran's direct disciples had worked part-time here to help the shop buy things, and they were all unpaid. Zhao Wan and Tian Jiuer will often come here to help. Nalan Yuyu, a small abacus, has inherited the fine tradition of the family. At a young age, she wanted to exclusively manage the business of a building, which was vacant anyway. There are so many shops, and before opening, she will sign a contract with Luo Pa Mountain to guarantee the bottom line. Every time he passed this new Jiadu, Chen Pingan couldn't help but think of the old man named Hong Yangbua at the Xianjia Ferry in Dilong Mountain. The last time I went to Qingfanfang, Chen Pingan used 5 small summer money to buy a copy of the copybook of Shi Zai Tai, which is very close to the original appearance. The opening of the copybook has 5 characters. Shi Zai's sword is sparse. For children, what it means to grow up is to be able to eat whatever they want regardless of their parents. For adults, what it means to be rich is that you can buy whatever you want regardless of the price. Going to Niujiao Ferry, Chen Pingan glanced at the eye-catching wooden sign standing on the side of the road and nodded. Zhou Junchen was still very diligent and did not procrastinate at all. Now there are 2 cases up and down, and the family owns 3 ferries. The earliest dragon boat turned the ink, then the Fengyuan ferry, and later Lu Jubao and Yu Panshui, who visited Qingping Jianzong, jointly sent a ferry called Tongyin. The rank is comparable to that of a dragon boat. Although it is not a giant ferry that can cross continents, the route spans half a continent without any problem, and its cargo capacity is even better than that of a dragon boat as an ornamental ship. If he wasn't worried about the suspicion of retribution, Chen Pingan would have wanted to buy the Thunder Car ferry with Daquan Yaoshi, or he would settle for the next best thing and book a 4th ship with the Daquan court. Why don't you want to do business to Fuyazhou? This has an innate advantage for Luo Pa Mountain. This route will pass through Luhua Island, Yulongzong, and then go to Fuyao Island. Not to mention Fuyao Island, Chen Pingan has something else to keep an eye on. In addition, Lu Shen, the owner of the Nishang, sent an invitation letter, saying that the master of her sect had just successfully exited the customs and entered the Jade Realm. I wanted to ask if there were any young hidden officials. Time to attend the celebration. Of course, this kind of invitation is just a passing scene. Lu Shen is satisfied to get a letter of refusal, because she knows very well that Chen Yingguan would never go across the sea to her sect to watch the ceremony. Lu Shen's sect is located on an island in the southwest sea of Hauran world. The wild monsters invaded and evacuated during the war. Later, they returned to their hometown and replaced a neighboring island to rebuild the Patriarch's Hall. Back then in the Chunba Zhai Conference Hall, the female boat owner Lu Xin was a young Jindan with very low qualifications. Among the many boat owners and stewards, she was the lowest in realm, so the seat was placed near Xiao Yunyan at the door, but Lu Xin was the one with the lowest level. There is a junior sister who is extremely young, but is a veritable genius of Taoism, a golden elixir and earth immortal in her 20s, so the new hidden officer would threaten her, willing to spend 200 grain rain money, or equivalent Danfang materials, to change her junior sister and take over the ferry, Nishang. Of course, that soared in the end. Zhang's discussion did not lead to any fatalities. Lu Shen and Lu Yu also got an errand at the time, and they became the bookkeepers in the lobby. The ink-turning dragon boat slowly landed on the shore, and a boy in green clothes swaggered off the deck. His 2 sleeves flew up, and behind him was a girl with a green bamboo stick. It was Chen Lingjun and Guo Zhuzhou who had attended the opening ceremony of the Huangliang sect and went to the capital of Mengliang Kingdom again. After the 2 groups met, Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I'm finally back." Guo Zhuzhou smiled brightly and asked, "Elder sister didn't go home with master?" Chen Pingan explained, "She wants to help your little brother, and Tong Yizhou has to dig a brand new ditch. Some people are busy. Pei Qian won't go back to Luo Pa Mountain for a while. If you want her, feel free to do so anytime. You can go to Tongya Continent." Chen Lingjun held back for a long time, but he still couldn't hold back, and asked, "Master, they all told Hongxia and Yunzi to run errands in the past. did the big white goose invite me to Qingping Jianzong's side to participate in the grand event and paint the future? The imperial decree and the secret decree, the former is for outsiders to see, and the latter is more valuable. Chen Lingjun has already thought about the drama of 3 invitations and 3 rejections. Isn't there such a particular emphasis in officialdom? Whether I answer or not is my business, but it would be too much to say that Cui Dongshan did not invite him. Chen Pingan said, I didn't mention you. Dare to dig into Chen Lingjun's side. Cui Dongshan really has no such courage. But where did Chen Lingjun know about the inside story involving the love and murder of his husband and students? Chen Lingjun asked tentatively, the big white goose knows that I want to serve as the royal enshrinment of the Mengliang kingdom, and thinks that I will not be invited? I am afraid that I will have a heavy business and I can't escape, right? It must be so. Chen Pingan said, I didn't talk to Cui Dongshan about this, I just said that you and Zhujiu were watching the ceremony at the Huangliang school. Chen Lingjun was sluggish and speechless for a long time. How can I be worse than Hongxia and Yunzi, who are in the same realm? Back then, that Yunzi was still a helper behind his own ass. The boy in Tsing Yi immediately thumped his chest and stood up. What a big white goose. When he becomes the suzerain, his eyes are higher than the top, and he looks down on the old friend who shares weal and woe, and I am also angry. Chen Pingan said angrily, it's okay to go if you really want to. I'll say hello to Cui Dongshan. You'll take the Fengyuan ferry with Hongxia and Yunzi later. Chen Lingjun said angrily, go for a hammer, the big white goose has no sincerity. Next time I go back to Luopa Mountain, I have to talk to him well, and he is not like a brother like him. I don't cowardly see anyone, but if I see the opportunity is not good, I cowardice faster than anyone else, and I can always convince myself that I can't hide my ears. What is the size? The man can bend and stretch, and the face that is thrown on the ground is not a face. Guozhujiu smiled and said, Master, on our way to the capital of Mengliang Kingdom, we met a middle-aged man of Taoism who traveled all over the world, with a sword on his back and a wine jug hanging on his back. The Taoist name is Chunyang, and the surname is Lu Mingyan. Chen Lingjun raised his head over there and picked his nose. A Taoist name and name that I have never heard of, my uncle, is not very arrogant. If it is said that Bai Xian is in the pavilion on the side of the road, he has worked hard to compile a heroic book that insists on asking Pei Qian for a fair copy of the rivers and lakes. Then Chen Lingjun has not been idle all these years. He inquired about news everywhere. Through Shanshui Dibao, Jinghua Shuiyut and various gossip, he worked hard to collect information, and all the cultivators in the Ascension and Immortal realms in the vast world were wiped out. In the end, collected into a thin booklet, Chen Lingjun named it Passers-by. It is used to warn myself that when I see these old gods in the future, let's be a passerby who passes by them, pass by, don't talk and don't climb high. Chen Pingan nodded with a smile, it's a senior I just met in Tongya continent before. It's from our Aquarius continent. The dojo where this real person Jidan is located is on the border of Mengliang Kingdom, so only then will we revisit the old place. Not long ago, Senior Lu came to our Luopao mountain as a guest. If you came earlier, maybe you could save the seniors for a meal and a drink. Chen Lingjun stopped immediately, shook his hand, rubbed his clothes, winked at Guozhujiu, implying that she should stop talking. It was nothing interesting. It was just a chance encounter, drank a little wine, and chatted a few words. Some are not, there is no need to show this kind of wine situation to the master, some deeds are not worth mentioning, just let it go with the wind. Guozhujiu smiled and said, I drank it a long time ago, Chen Lingjun and Chunyang Zhenren can chat very well. On the ferry boat, he took the other party and drank a drink. The fly in the ointment is that the other party can't draw punches. Until now, Chen Lingjun is still muttering, I don't know if Brother Lu would not or would not. At that time, after drinking some wine, Chen Lingjun felt that the atmosphere was good, and asked if the other party was a great monk of the 14th realm. Immediately asked if it was the Ascension realm, the Taoist priest looked rather helpless. Before he could speak, Chen Lingjun asked if he was an immortal. The Taoist priest shook his head again, and Chen Lingjun would not ask. The real person didn't answer. Chen Pingon turned to look at Chen Lingjun with a playful smile. A good doesn't wait for him to speak, can always bypass key issues. Is this a talent? Chen Lingjun raised a palm high, with a sullen face, and said solemnly, Master, don't say it, I understand it. Remember, I promise not to be an example. I'm kicking the iron plate again. This kind of thing is familiar, and it's good to get used to it. Isn't it an example? Chen Pingon smiled and touched the dog's head of the boy in Tsing Yi, Master Lingjun, do you regret it? Otherwise, the seniority on the mountain will rise again. After all, I have to call Chunyang Jinren as senior. The boy in Tsing Yi shrank his neck and laughed dryly. He hurriedly grabbed the master's hand with both hands, shook his arms for the master, and stretched his muscles and bones. While complaining, Guozhujiu explained to the master the reason for the drink with his heart. It turned out that Chen Lingjun felt that the Taoist priest looked at her with incorrect eyes, sneaking, and seemed to have ulterior motives. You are still very polite, and you have a lot of good things to say about you, master. In addition, when the Taoist Chunyang said goodbye to her and Chen Lingjun, he reminded her with his heartfelt words, reminding Guozhujiu's brand new flying sword of life, don't show it to others easily. Chen Pingon was pleasantly surprised and said, is there a second flying sword of destiny? Guozhujiu grinned, in the colorful world, a certain outing was purely a mistake, and it happened out of nowhere. Chen Pingon smiled and said, prevent arrogance and impatience, and make persistent efforts. Guozhujiu shook his head, that won't work, if you don't put your tail up in the sky, you will be sorry for your master. Don't talk to Chen Lingjun. It's not about who learns from whom, and we make progress together. Master, is the strength in your hands okay? Chen Lingjun couldn't listen to the voices of the master and the apprentice, but felt aggrieved and continued to hold the master's hand, so he had to walk sideways like a crab, and whispered, I'm not used to sailing carefully for 10,000 years. I have traveled a lot of rivers and lakes, and I am good at seeing all directions and listening to all directions. I found that Senior Chunyang was on the ferry before, and looked at Guozhujiu twice. A sanctimonious guy, when he encounters a wicked person, he wants to help find out. Guozhujiu, it is very hurtful for you to file a slander on the master's side. Master, you are so indiscriminate, I feel strange in my heart. Uncomfortable. Chen Pingon laughed. Ruan Qiong, Wei Bo, Chui Qing, Lu Chen, Chui Yu, Chen Qinglu, Bixiao Cave Master, Taoist Ancestor, Most Holy Teacher, Xingju. In this series of lists, randomly picking 3 of them to provocate, and picking them at random, is probably a huge problem that makes people collapse. Let a great cultivator of the Ascension realm choose with his eyes closed, and his mind will also be unstable. Hit your luck. Even if the luck is the best, Ruan Qiong, the military saint, and Wei Bo, the king of Beiyue Mountain, have to be selected. What should I do? Not to mention that Chen Lingjun is now the cultivation base of nascent soul realm. It is no wonder that the biggest ambition for so many years is to not be killed by a punch. In the early years, I just followed Chen Pingon to the town, right at the blacksmith shop, and scolded Ruan Qiong in front of him for not being shy, and he dared to rob me of my master even when he was a lot of age, and beat you half to death. Later, I patted a young Taoist priest on the shoulder more than once. The Tsingyi kid went back after the incident and came to a conclusion. How did I know that the other party was from the 14 realms, and I couldn't blame me. On Wei Bo's side, when my master is absent, it is Wei Shanjun. When my master is there, Brother Wei, I once had a closed door at Piyun Mountain in the early years. Once, he spat fiercely on the ground, twisted and twisted his toes, then squatted down and asked Brother Wei, "What's the matter with you, why you can't get up from lying on the ground?" When I met the national teacher Cui Yu, I didn't recognize the identity of the other party. The boy in Tsingyi once said cruelly, "If you want to see my master, you have to kill me first, and then step over me." The new friends I met in Beiju Luzhou, by Busy and Chinjulio, are actually the same person. As a result, I had a solid meal with that white Busy. When the two sides said goodbye, I felt that the good buddies were drinking too much and talking shit. In other words, a Yujiang water snake, who was the golden core at the time, jumped up and slapped the dragon slayer on the head. A young Taoist boy rode a bull into the town from the east, and Chen Lingjun just caught a glimpse, so he pressed the cloud head, patted the bull's horn, and said, "My mountain is full of grass, as soon as I hear it, I will understand." In the end, the boy in Tsingyi kindly suggested, "Daozu, it's better to change his name." I heard that the scholar dressed in white, who claimed to be a friend's apprentice, recognized him as a nephew. Well, this cheap nephew of a lower generation is by Diqingjing Juzhong. Chen Lingjun's resume in all corners of the world is still alive and kicking. In Zhu Lian's words, he has never seen such a big fate. How many good things Chen Lingjun has done in his last life, how much virtue he has accumulated in this life to be able to be so blessed. Zhu Lian rarely had something he couldn't understand. On Chen Lingjun's side, after thinking about it, it was true that auspicious people had their own celestial signs, and it was really only possible to explain them in this way, otherwise there would be no solution. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Actually, Cui Dongshan invited you to Qingping Sword Sect, but I refused. When I boarded the ship, Cui Dongshan still didn't give up and wanted to haggle the price, hoping to change his mind and let you go. Dushan, give me a scolding." Chen Lingjun let out a sigh, put his hands on his hips, and laughed aloud. Let's just say, it's impossible for the big white goose to forget Uncle Chin. Of course Guizhuzhou knew the truth. If the master lied, one would believe it. So even though the story is false, happiness is true, and fools are blessed. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Bamboo wine, I made a bamboo box for you. Try it back and see if it fits on your back." Guizhuzhou's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Okay, very good, very good. The little bamboo box that I have been toiling around with, finally has a mansion to settle in." Judging from her posture, it seemed that she did not intend to return the small bamboo box to senior sister Pei for the time being. Chen Lingjun glanced at Guizhuzhou. Alas, he didn't grow up, he was a fool. Chen Pingan turned his head and said with a smile, "Hongxia, Yunzi, talk to you about something, chat while walking." Under the water, dressed in yellow, standing slim and slim, living in the mountains for many years, he has the demeanor of being a secluded and independent person. Both her and Yunzi's Taoist names were taken by Cui Dongshan with help. In Chen Pingan's opinion, only Hongxia's appearance and temperament are actually not much worse than Huang Yun. Chen Pingan is not fake, but he is not a fool who can't see how bad a woman is at all. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "This trip to Tonggishao will not be able to return to Luopa Mountain in 3 or 2 years. I estimate that it will be as short as 7 or 8 years, and it may be as long as 10 years or even 20 years, but don't worry, you will definitely not be busy in vain." For example, on the Hongxia side, Qingping Sword Sect will help you to exchange credit for the place in the future. Even if the credit is not enough, Cui Dongshan can also help to make up for it. As for Yunzi, Cui Dongshan will help you in the future. There are also arrangements in Dongshan. Hongxia said softly, Shanju, I actually saved some belongings myself. She was in Huanghu Mountain, and she had been cultivating spirituality for a long time, and she could almost become one of the 5 biggest opportunities on the platform of Lizhu Cave in the past, so it was obvious how Hongxia's cultivating qualifications were. According to Cui Dongshan, as long as Hongxia is willing to practice honestly and not to cause trouble, it is not difficult to find a fairyland. Stale Ping'an said with a smile, as soon as Dadu goes to the water, whether it is Chidu in Aquarius continent or the new Dadu in Tongya continent, it cannot be done with money alone. Besides, this is an official business, and there is no need to let it be done. The truth is that you pay for your own money, not to mention that when you enter the upper 5 realms in the future, if you want to start a sect, you need to spend money. There are many places, and there are only places you can't think of. When you don't have enough money, save more, always it's a good thing. Spirits and monsters walk through water and turn rivers into flood dragons, especially if they want to succeed in crossing the river. The pass has never been dangerous not only in the process of crossing the water, but also outside of Dadu. For example, the Jidu and Luzhou in Beiju has a long history and has 3 Shuaijing, but after the battle of slaying the dragon, before Chen Lingjun successfully transformed the Jiaolong into the nascent soul realm, there is no example of the success of the Shuai in the history of the continent. The root cause lies along the coast of Dadu. There is no dynasty or Xianfu Mountain, together with the Yunshao Palace of Diyuan Chongxian Department, Duckweed Sword Lake, and Shualongzong, because it is difficult not to be deliberately made difficult by other forces. The entire water transport of Dadu is equivalent to being cut into sections. The most important thing is that the aquarium walks the river, especially the Jiaoqiu, which will take away a considerable part of the water transport. Use it for your own use, and then return the Dadu water transport to the sea. What's more, no matter what one's background is, it is natural to walk in clouds and rain, and it is easy to make waves, flood the sky, and cause floods. If the dynasties and countries along the way are unable to stop them, they do not care, then the flood disaster on both sides of the strait is a natural disaster. But if there is a layout, the qi cultivator responsible for cleaning up the mess will spend a lot of his own spiritual qi, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that the cultivator saves, in the final analysis, is not the money of the gods. What's more, this loss is not only a huge sum of real money, but also involves guozhua and mountains and rivers. In fact, the Dadu of Haoranzhouzhou is in the same situation, which makes it extremely difficult for the aquarium, especially the water dragon, to improve their realm by walking through water. But now there is an exception, that is, this Chidu in Aquarius continent has been destroyed by Dadu. The Li dynasty is in complete control. Therefore, it is said that the descendants of dragons and narcissus are all lining up in one continent, trying to get in touch with each other, waiting for the invaluable customs clearance letter issued by the Ministry of Rights of Dali. On the side of Paidu, 9 dojos and water houses have been established, which can be used for the retreat of Jindan Earth Immortals who practice the water method. There is hope that 9 new nascent soul realm will appear. Therefore, on Tongya continent, now the most hope is that a brand new Dadu will appear out of thin air. Among the Qi practitioners, of course, those who are expected to improve their realm by walking the river are the water spirit monsters in Chuanzi. Just like Ko Xuanxiu, the woman of the East China Sea, near Pushun, the reason why he found the buried river Bio Palace was because he borrowed the waterway with Liuro, the of water. Nowadays, people, gods, ghosts and immortals, in the world, where are the rivers and lakes? Only one of the letters in the basket, one of which is from Uncle Dada Lily, who was born in the old Qiantang. Chao Yong asked Chen Pingan if he could help the water house, and asked the Dali court for an extra place to go to the river. He spoke directly, saying that there was an established quota for Uncle Lily, but it had already been given away, but he still needed one. It seems that Yanghua, the Ho of Changchun, has no plans to use that quota, so I don't know if Qin Shanzhu can do me a favor. Let's talk to Yang Hua first, which means that the Marquis of Changchun will transfer the quota to the Lily Mansion. Presumably, the Dolly Court will not block it. As long as the Master of Qinshan is willing to match up, there will be a heavy thank you after the event is completed. Hongsha likes to live in a secluded dojo, but she doesn't doubt that the Mountain Master is testing people's hearts. So Hongsha just said calmly, Shanju, I never thought of starting a mountain and establishing a sect. I know my weight. This life is only suitable for practicing alone, relying on water to grind kung fu stupidly, and increase my cultivation little by little. It's not good to be the founder of the mountain, let alone a sect. Even if it is a small hill with only a few dozen people, I am destined to be the founder of the mountain, so I stay in Luopao Mountain for a long time. When something like this happens, I can do it for the sect. Do something, and then return to the dojo to continue practicing. That is the most suitable choice for me. Chen Pingon hesitated for a moment. Luobao Mountain already has millet grains as the right guardian. You may have guessed it, I plan to let Chen Lingjun serve as the left guardian, so that there will be no more mountain guardians to enshrine. So you are in Luopao Mountain. Even if you are in the Jade Pure Realm, or even later, the Daos achievements will be higher, only in terms of identity. Luopao Mountain really can't give you more. Hong Xia smiled and said, I guess only Immortal Master Jing Qing didn't see it. On the Mountain Master's side, Hong Xia is not so restrained. But in Jisa Peak Patriarch Hall, or in Zushan Jilling Peak, she couldn't help but be nervous, and it's no wonder that Hong Xia, in Luopao Mountain, is not a sword fairy, or a martial arts master, a spirit practitioner's nascent soul realm. What? In the words of Pei Xiang, who is now a friend of the boudoir, the two of them are the most embarrassed in the whole Luopao Mountain. The two nascent soul realm are not as relaxing and comfortable as the Dongfu realm of the millet grain. It just happens to be a realm for people to see jokes. Chen Pingon couldn't help laughing, so if you want, I can make a suggestion to Cui Dongshan, and you and Chiu will serve as the guardian of the Qingping Sword Sect together. I took the initiative to give offerings to Qingping Sword Sect, and it was two different things from Cui Dongshan, a student, who was digging his feet there. Hong Xiao's face changed slightly, and he quickly shook his head and said, the Mountain Master has taken it with good intentions, but I would rather be here than I would never dare to go to Sect Master Cui as an errand. Chen Pingon smiled and said, it seems that Sect Master Cui has a bad reputation. Hongsha smiled knowingly, kept silent, did not approve or deny. The Mountain Master will not chew his tongue indiscriminately. The content of these conversations today will not be passed on to Sect Master Cui. Chen Pingon waved to Chen Lingjun. The boy in Xing Yi immediately dropped his sleeves and strode. Chen Lingjun finally caught a great opportunity to teach others, moistened his voice, and said earnestly, Yunzi, it's better than here, I'm covering you, when you go to Qingping Sword Sect, your realm is not high, change it. This is a new site, and you need to deal with outsiders often. If you are unfamiliar in life, remember to keep your temper, be kind to people when you go out, make more friends, don't bully others, don't grin at people when you encounter a little bump. A little bigger, it will ruin the reputation of our Luopa Mountain. If the master doesn't take care of you, I will take care of you too. You must learn more from me, smile when you meet people, friends everywhere, remember. Yunzi nodded silently. Probably in the entire Luopa Mountain, only Yunzi is the most determined to believe that this ancestor of Lingjun is really capable, and even admires him from the bottom of his heart. After Chen Lingjun put his hands together, he nodded and turned his head to look at Hongsha. Hongsha, it's a big girl, just be very careful, the atmosphere outside is not as simple as ours, especially you should pay more attention to those who are looking at people. The dog-like, young and promising cultivator of genealogy, don't listen to a few rhetoric that don't cost money, and then become fascinated by those embroidered pillows. Forget it, the women's college will not stay, I guess you can't listen to it now, it doesn't matter. I turned around and said hello to Chief Mi, and asked him to help check. Then again, if there is a suitable and favorite Taoist candidate, you don't have to be too reserved. Women chase men's interlayer yarn, and you look good. As long as the other party is not blind, he will take care of him. Yunzi is a rough child, so I'm going to tell him not to cause trouble, to endure it if you can. You're different, don't be afraid of trouble, there is me and Chief Me to help you. The boy in Tsing Yi was so old-fashioned that he was like a father, giving face-to-face advice to a pair of children who were about to travel far away, repeatedly admonishing them. Hongxue smiled and said nothing. Waiting patiently until Chen Lingjun finished talking, Chen Pingan smiled and took out 2 celadone water from his sleeves. It's my parting gift, I wish the horse a success, everything goes well, go early and return early. These 2 gifts, the rank is about the same, you can divide it by yourself, and you can choose according to your own eyes. Chen Pingan got them from Shuilongzong. Sun Jia of the northern sect gave a pair of bull roars, and Xiao Jingji of the Nanzong presented a midge, also known as Little Maojiao. However, the 2 goose yellow and lotus blue inkstones were made by Chen Pingan himself. In this state, anyway, there are the most porcelains. Chen Pingan is an expert, and his vision is not bad. Chen Lingjun stretched his neck and was very greedy, so he winked at Yunzi, implying that the other party has some eyesight, accept it generously first, and then secretly lend me to play for 2 days. I never thought about Yunzi being so stunned, so he nodded and said, fellow Daoist Jingqing, I understand. Chen Lingjun was stunned on the spot, you can understand it, just understand it in your heart. Sure enough, the brain was hit with a chestnut, and Chen Lingjun immediately hugged his head. After that, Fengyuan ferry docked, Luo Peishan held his long life, and Chu Anfu Wei Wenlong and his party all got off the boat. Hongxue, Yunzi and the girl Cui Huahuan, and the mountain master Chen Pingan each bowed and said goodbye. On a bright moonlit night, the sable-capped girl who was swaying all the way to the top of the mountain saw a beautiful girl with a hand inkstone hanging from her waist, sitting alone on the railing, tapping her hands on the railing, and looking into the distance. Yo, the little girl's film, she is not young and the realm is not high, and there is a flying sword of life in it, which is still a little interesting. Just a little girl who looks nothing special, can she really deal with Pei Qian, who is already a martial artist of the end? Xiago pointed his toes, one jumped and stood on the railing, his arms crossed his chest, looked straight ahead, and said casually, Hey, what are you thinking? Hey, what are you thinking? Xiago was stunned, why learn from me? Why learn from me? Little girl, are you mentally ill? Be careful in being rude to you. Little girl, are you mentally ill? Be careful in being rude to you. I'm an idiot. As a result, the girl no longer parroted her tongue, but turned her head and gave Xiago a thumbs up. Xiago rubbed his chin, the little girl's family, why is it so uncute? Guizhuzhou said, listen to my master, you are more than 10,000 years old, and you haven't married yourself yet, old girl. Xiago choked for a moment, and said dully, you know the fart. You know shit. Guizhuzhou, if you do this again, it'll be rude to you. Oh. Xiago sneered, and finally stopped learning from me. As a result, the girl began to repeat, listen to my master, you are more than 10,000 years old, and you have not married yourself, old girl. Xiago was a little frustrated, and he couldn't beat him. After all, he was Chen Pingan's direct disciple, and now he was on the pedigree, and he was still half a closed disciple. Scolding, it seems like I can't scold again. To say that it was just a shrew, Xiago learned some skills in the town, but the problem is that this little girl named Guizhuzhou has a very strange brain and ideas. Xiago was afraid that he scolded him for a long time, but the little girl didn't reply a word, and then gave him a thumbs up. Xiago felt that he could hold back his internal injuries. Guizhuzhou sincerely comforted, it's nothing, there are many old girls around me who can't marry. Xiago sat down and didn't really want to chat with Guozhuzhou, but he just came, so he just left. He couldn't lose face. Guozhuzhou took out a bamboo flute from his sleeve. Unknown tune, the flute is ethereal and melodious. There is no one around, and the moon is bright. When the world is lonely, the sound of the flute is especially clear. It's pretty nice. The cranes in the sky and the dragons roar outside the clouds. The sound is in the courtyard. Xiago waited until Guozhuzhou put away the bamboo flute, first commented and praised, and then asked casually, "Are you homesick?" Guozhuzhou answered the question. In the summer palace, the master said that the scholars said that school books can prolong the life of ancient books. Umbrella. Xiago nodded. Collection of books is to correct mistakes. The reasoning in books and outside books is the same. Your master's words are still a bit profound. Guozhuzhou snorted, turned his head and said in surprise, "How could master lie? You are not a fool. I almost thought we had nothing in common." If you only listen to the first half of the sentence, Xiago wants to kill people, but if you add the second half of the sentence, Xiago doesn't know how to answer for a while. Note 1. Zhu Lian was written yesterday as a traveler, which is a typo. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.